storylines will play out over the next 4 hours here at Daytona International Speedway. Jeremy Shaw and John Hinoff in the booth live for IMSA Radio, and down as our Continental Tire pit lane reporters, Shea Adam with the ST grid.
Down here, it will be reliability for the new cars. We know what the old cars have. The championship defending winners from 2016, the number 17 RS1, Spencer Pompelli and Nick Galante back again. We know that they will be good. We know that Eric Foss and Jeff Mosing in the 56 will be strong. The interesting thing from qualifying was just how good that Audi was, the number 75 C360R. They had issues in warm-up. They are rolling off second on the grid today. We need to keep an eye on them. And we have them all rolling now. The big question, though, we don't have all the cars. The Rebel Rock cars have not made it out to the false grid.
It's all about reliability at the front of the grid, please, in the GS class as well, because with all those incredibly quick new cars, the super fast Mustangs, the ultra-aggressive and very beautiful McLarens, they're all new. And then none of them have lasted 4 hours. But even having the grid, Dean Martin admitted there might be reliability problems with the driver of the Mustang. It's likely they'll disappear off, but then I'm sure they'll be going to get hauled in by the ever-reliable Caymans. Can they hold on? And then the question is, how many pit stops? 2 drivers or 3? Where's the advantage? It's all going to unfold over 4 hours here in the BMW Endurance Championship race, and we'll be here in the pits to report all the runners and riders, the fallers, and the incident.
It's Nick Damon and Shea Adam as we have the formation lap rolling for the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona. We're live trackside, the only broadcaster who can guarantee you full live coverage of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge and the IMSA Support Series, rest of the IMSA Support Series this year. This is the big show today. The Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge for 4 hours. A voyage into the unknown. Jeremy Shaw. Those points that the pit team made there, very salient indeed. This could be a proper old-fashioned sprint endurance race, and already we've got a problem for the 22 Porsche. The Cayman has stopped out on the circuit. This is one of the ST cars, the Rebel Rock racing machines that have had their problems, Chris Wright and Lee Keane, and that car is, well, I think that's heading shortcutting back into the paddock, Jeremy.
Yeah, looks like it. They've had problems all the way through this weekend. That's the car that raced last year, albeit with a different team. But Lee Keane, who is a very experienced driver and about 9 feet tall, don't know how he squeezed into that little Porsche Cayman. But he was talking to him yesterday. He's driving alongside Chris Wright. That was the plan for this weekend. They're not quite sure whether it'll be a full season effort or not, because Chris Wright also is going to be making a move into some open wheel racing in 2017. But it looks like they've had difficulties with the car. Just hasn't shown any straight line speed, Lee Keane was telling me yesterday. But today it's not showing any speed at all. That car's ground to a halt even on the parade lap.
And hearing from our pit team that the Nissan Altima with Sarah Cattaneo on board taking the start here at the beginning of the 4 hours has gone to the back of the grid and taken a fresh set of Continental tyres. And that is a tactic there, Jeremy. They qualified pretty well. Sarah was in good form yesterday, so was her teammate Owen Trinkler, but that is clearly a tactical move at the start of this 4 hour encounter.
Yeah, they must have had some problems then in the qualifying, because Sarah qualified that car reasonably well, but where was she? She was in the top 6 overall in ST. 1, 2, 3, 4 in 5th position actually, car number 44. I saw it there on the dummy grid right at the very back. So I didn't get it. We didn't get a final grid lineup, but that car has moved to the back of the field and will start. It's very distinctive. It's a purple, pink and black, or whatever you want to call it, purpley pink at the back of the grid, the purple people eater if you like, and it'll starting at the back of the grid then in ST. But that car is fast, and it will move its way through, and Sarah Cattaneo is a very accomplished driver.
I'm reminded that when they started at the back last year at Sebring and Mosport, they won both of those races with, frankly, quite extraordinary drives in both of those cases from the starting driver, which was then, as it is now, Sarah Cattaneo. She has the ability to carve her way through traffic very neatly indeed and handed over a pretty good car, in fact a very good car, to Owen Trinkler, who finished the job off. Now, I was about to say before we lost that 22 Rebel Rock racing car back to the paddock, Jeremy, the big unknown here is 4 hours in terms of the reliability of the cars, but also the tactics have been turned upside down here. 2.5 hours with the races yesterday. There's some changes to the driver times that are required from the teams. That's adding a little bit more thought to the process from the guys on the pit wall.
Yeah, there's still just a minimum drive time. You have to drive at least 45 minutes in order for the car to be classified. Both drivers, if two or even if there's three, they have to drive a minimum of 45 minutes. So that kind of hasn't changed, but how people will split up the race in terms of when they make their pit stops, that certainly is a new strategic decision that has to be made during this race. It'll be the first time for several years that we run races any longer than a regular, as they have been 2.5 hours. Yeah, so a 4-hour race, there's a lot of strategic options. I reckon just 38 cars will take the start of this race. There should have been 39 at least. We were originally slated for 42, but the Team TGM yes. Numbers 4 and 46. They had 2 cars entered, as did Automatic Racing / Volt Racing in number 2 and number 7 McLarens. But both of those teams elected just to start one of their cars, and then we saw the number 22 car pull off on the parade lap. So it looks like we'll have 38 starters for this BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona.
Wherever you are in the world, tuned in on the IMSA app, IMSA.com, across the audio networks of Radio Show Limited, 107.9 FM here at Daytona International Speedway, and also on our scanner frequency 454. Stand by your beds. This is time to go racing in the US in 2017. The IMSA Series opener is the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona for round 1 of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. The field is beginning to form up behind the BMW pace car, which will become the safety car if we see it again. And another problem in the early part. This is another car that's come to a halt. The 76 360R of Paul Holton and Matt Plum, the McLaren GT4. And that is another car. He's just on the exit of turn 6, going on to the speedway turn 1 onto the 43-degree banking. And there's no way we can start the race with that car there at the moment. So this may go straight to green, and I'm looking down. Yeah, it's going to go to yellow. We're going to start the season under a yellow with Matt Plum and Paul Holton's car dead stick with no fire. The BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, after all of the build-up, 4 hours on the clock, 240 minutes. And would you believe it? We are going to start this. Oh, it's got going. It's got going just as the safety cars and the vehicles, the intervention vehicles got there. Now, have we got time to withdraw those yellow flags and get to green? We may not have, with the BMW M4 still with its lights on as it comes down towards the tri-oval, and the cars are certainly not in side-by-side formation. We've got time because we were due to go green at, well, about half a minute from now. I think we're going to start the clock as they come through this time, Jeremy. Yeah,
I think so. And so kind of bad news but good news there for car number 76. It was a very fast car, qualified in 3rd position there by Matt Plum, who doesn't normally qualify. It was normally his co-driver who qualified the car when he drove for Rum Bum Racing. But the good news is they got that car going. It clears some sort of electrical glitch on the McLaren, and we've seen that throughout the raw test and through the practice sessions here. This brand new in terms of GT4 McLaren 570S, the first time it's raced in North America, and certainly the very first time it's raced on the banking, and it's the banking that upsets the electronics. That car is going, but it is coming onto pit lane.
And we are racing, although we're under caution, and by that I mean we didn't get a green flag. We got a yellow flag, but the 4 hours is counting down. So we are underway on the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, the first round of IMSA's Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge for 2017. Now, what this does mean, Jeremy, is great news for our pole-sitting number 59 Ford and the second place Scott Maxwell 15 car. Both those Ford GT4s, they're going to start line astern now, rather than side by side when we come back to the green, which I presume will be this time around, with the now safety car as we are into the race, still leading the field around, and we will come back to green flag this time. They're on speedway turn 1, and the core racing white Mustang GT4, brand new for 2017. The identical car of Multimatic, the 15 car. Scott Maxwell, defending champion in the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge, in second. It'll be Dylan Murcutt that will start the Porsche number 28 for RS1 in third position. Matthew Keegan, what a run to fourth position for Matthew and the number 77 C360R team, although they've had problems with the 76 car. And it's in the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there with the stricken, or formerly stricken, McLaren. Nick, what's going on?
Computer plugged in, Control Alt Delete stop, try again, Control Alt Delete stop. The there they got door handles open. You already hear the shout about the door handle. They're cycling through. I can see the dashboard display. It's all cycling through. They're having some problems shutting the door now, which is a bit, just adding to the problems. But it has been very much a plug in and hope and try and set the whole thing up. They say it's good to go. He's not lost a lap, which is good news. But obviously, once again, it's having problems running with its electric. That was very much a plug and play, Control Alt Delete, or two of them, and then see what happens next.
Oh dear. Well, brand new car, another brand new car in GT4. The storylines of the race we were thinking might be down to reliability now. Can that McLaren get out before the pit lane is closed? No, he can't. The pit lane is being closed and he will be held there until after the whole field has gone through and drops off the lead lap, because this is race conditions. The safety car is in the pit lane. And we're getting a side-by-side start as they're coming around. Didn't expect this coming off the yellows, but we are going to a side-by-side start, and it's a jump start by the 15 car on the outside, who was a good car and a half ahead of the field as they got the green flag. And Scott Maxwell scored as the leader as he went over, so that will have to be put back right, or he will get a penalty surely there as he heads off down the back. A big jump by Scott Maxwell in the 15 car. Team car, or at least similar car, behind the 59 in second. I thought Dean Martin was keeping a fairly sensible speed as he came to the line. Matthew Keegan, Dylan Murcutt. Keegan had gone through as well from fourth into third, following through the car that was in front of him. So an untidy restart after a lap of yellow, but we're underway into green flag racing. Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge and the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona is under green.
Yeah, so there was a big jump there from Scott Maxwell. He's used to starting on the front row. He's the most successful qualifier in the history of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge at 16 poles, dating back to his debut in this championship in 2002. And he certainly made a great start there, but was it too good? We're going to have to wait and see whether there is any directive from race control to allow the pole sitter, Dean Martin, who is supposed to have the advantage as you come up towards the green flag at the start of the race. Clearly did not on that occasion. It is Scott Maxwell that leads for the defending champion team. That is the Multimatic Motorsports entry. Brand new Ford Mustang GT4 for this season, and the drivers relishing the extra downforce this car produces by comparison to the Ford Shelby GT350 RC that raced very successfully last year.
So we are racing, and the cars come through the bus stop for the first time and head back out onto the banking. Everybody behaving themselves the first time around, and it is Scott Maxwell. He had half a second of a jump over Dean Martin first time around since the complete lap 2, the first racing lap. It's been cut back to about 4/10 of a second onto the infield again, down through the transition. Position's been fought over right through the field. James Sofronas and Chris Green and Till Bechtelsheimer having a decent battle there. Alan Brynjolfsson at his 10th, 11th and 12th went through very closely underneath us. The battle at the moment for 4th position, which is Matthew Keegan in the black and red McLaren, with Cameron Lawrence in the number 21 Mueller Motorsports Porsche Cayman at GT4. Now that is a Club Sport GT4, not an FIA GT4. If you're on IMSA.com on the website, you will see the suffix MR behind some of the Cayman GT4s. That stands for Manthey Racing. That is Olaf Manthey's team, based at the Nürburgring right off the side of the Nordschleife. Now we've got a car stranded, Jeremy, coming out of turn number 5, the Western Horseshoe. I thought I saw that earlier, and then I kidded myself that it was the top of one of the lightning poles, but it is pulled off in the motorcycle option there. Too far for my eyes to see, I'm afraid, but I'm kind of guessing it's going to be the 360 McLaren that has paused there and let the field go through. Still under full green flag conditions, with Connor Bloom leading for Porsche in ST. Pierre Kleinebing's about a second behind, and then Jeff Mosing in the 56, the orange Porsche, in 3rd position at the front of the field, Jeremy.
Yeah, and a battle side by side for 4th and 5th positions, and somebody turning up behind him as well, but it is still Scott Maxwell who leads in car number 15.
And he's pulled away just a little bit as he goes across the line. Meantime, the battles down the field, including Cameron Lawrence in that 21 car, and it looks like he's gone through. He's made the position down into turn 1, and he's followed through by Al Carter in the blue Aston Martin, and that black and red McLaren is going backwards at the moment in terms of its track position. And Matthew Keegan then bumped down from 4th to 5th to 6th position, and there's a whole group of cars headed by Kenny Wilden, then Alec Udell and Chris Green. That's McLaren, Porsche, McLaren, 68, 88 and 69. They're all coming like a freight train.
And a change of lead in ST. It was Pierre Klein-Newby, the veteran, who led the first racing lap in car number 75 for C360R, the Audi S3, the 4-wheel drive entry. But now it is the Polster Connor Bloom who's reasserted himself at the front of the field. That's that bright orange and white Porsche Cayman that leads now into the West Horseshoe in turn 5, and he's got a 3 or 4 car length lead over the Audi. And in 3rd place, Jeff Mosing in car number 56. That's the Murillo Racing Porsche Cayman, and then the 2 minis are right behind him. Derek Jones in car number 73, Nate Norenberg in car number 52.
If you're listening in on IMSA Radio or one of the RSL audio networks, don't forget we've got sound and vision perfectly synced together at IMSA.com and at RadioLeMans.com. Good to have your company, as the pictures at the moment show close quarters action up on the banking. 2 Porsche Caymans. The number 88, the blue car on the low side, is the GMG Racing Machine, and they are in a cracking scrap at the moment with Trent Hindman, who is trying to fight his way through and take that 8th position at the moment. The white number 12 on the high side, coming through the tri-oval and down into the braking area for turn 12. Udell and Hindman asking and giving no quarter at the moment. They're not really losing out to the McLaren of Kenny Wilden ahead of them, that 7th position. Then Matt Keegan has steadied the ship a little bit in that McLaren number 77. That's the C360R car. Lost a couple of positions, but now has managed to arrest his fall down through the timing and scoring monitor.
The car that's on the move in ST, John, is car number 81. That's Ari Baylog in the Bimmer World BMW, car number 81, up into 6th place now. Started not further down the grid than that after a disappointing qualifying run. He was in the 12th position on the grid. He moved up 1 position because the number 44 car went to the back. But since then he's been on a charge. He's now up into the top 6.
More side-by-side action on the banking, tremendous stuff. And again, it's the blue GMG Porsche that's trying to go around the outside. A great dive down the inside by the number 12 car into the braking area, 3 wide for a moment. The McLaren in the middle is getting squeezed, and that's Alex Udell. Excuse me, that's Kenny Wilden. Alex Udell tried to go around the outside, and Trent Hindman tried to come down the inside and did get that pass made. So Hindman goes up a couple of positions, now finds himself in 7th and sets off in pursuit about 0.7 of a second up the road of Matt Keegan in the 77 Compass 360R. Amazingly different performance on the straights from the corners to some of these cars. The McLaren's looking pretty tight in terms of their performance levels with the Porsche Caymans. Oh, mistake there by Chris Green in the 69, the bright yellow car going down into turn 1, looked to be trying to make up some positions, and in fact I think he's dropped back a little bit. Till Bechtelsheimer for the 33 CJ Wilson Racing Porsche team, just in the background trying to hang on to the back or get back to the back of this group with Alan Brynjolfsson and Russell Ward, the second of the CJ Wilson Racing Caymans, in 14th position. In ST, Connor Bloom by 0.2 of a second from the Audi of Pierre Kleineby. Derek Jones in the Mini. Fantastic move just a moment or two ago by Trent Hinman as he went down the inside into the braking area for the bus stop. Took a lot of curb on the inside but made 2 positions as Udell and Kenny Wilton were battling together. And that has brought the McLaren of Chris Green into the mix. Let's nip down to the 44 pit. Remember Sarah Catania, we told you she didn't start in where the position she'd qualified. Shea Adam has her teammate Owen Trinkler to find out why.
I know that you guys in the 44 really like starting from the back of the grid. It tends to work well for you, but it was a strategy call this week, wasn't it, Owen?
Yeah, Shea, we talked about it after the drivers' meeting. We had some issues with our gearbox that we put in last night too, and after we kind of had a meeting about it, we thought it was best to start in the back. Everybody hasn't been racing for a couple of months. 10-race season, 4-hour race here at Daytona. We need to finish, more importantly, and get some points out of here. I feel pretty good about our Nissan Altima today, and Sarah's going to do a great job in her first couple of stints here, and just see what happens here at the end.
So when are you going to get in?
We'll probably run her on a normal kind of race distance, and then we'll kind of go from there. We talked about she'll get her drive time in and then probably go past that some like we did in the 2.5-hour mark, and then I'll go the rest of the way.
Good luck.
Thank you, Shea.
Shea Adam, our Continental Tire pit lane reporter, as the race continues to play out. And great battles at the sharp end of the field coming up through there. The 7 car, Alan Brynjolfsson. My goodness, you'll not miss that one on even on a dark night. Bright yellow and black McLaren now trying to hook onto the back of Sofronas, and Green and Udell ahead of him. And out on the banking, the ST lead now with Porsche and Audi going through to complete their 6th lap and heads down to turn number 1 onto the infield. Another 2 cars that you would find difficulty losing in the car park. Bright fluorescent colours seem to be the in thing for liveries this year. I know Andy Blackmore, the livery guru, is here this weekend. We'll try and grab him in the race and see what he thinks about some of these new colours this year. Problem for James Sofronas, who's been off the circuit and now gets back on. He's dropped a couple of positions there and is now fighting for 14th and 15th as the leaders in ST go through the kink and out to the west end of the circuit.
And a really good battle for the lead there in ST. Those 2 cars remaining very, very close together. Connor Bloom leads in car number 18. That's the Porsche Cayman for RS1. Behind him, the C360R Audi of Pierre Klein-Ubing, a veteran driver, originally from Brazil, makes his home in South Florida, multiple-time sports car champion, and in 3rd place, the best of the minis. And I just talked about Ari Baylog moving his way through in car number 81, and moments after I said that, he fell back. I didn't see why. I would imagine he had some sort of an off somewhere and has lost 4 or 5 positions. And now car number 81 is back into the 11th place. And his teammate Tyler Clary, meanwhile, the 2012 Olympic 200-meter backstroke champion, making his professional debut, starting way back down the field, now into 8th position in car number 84. Keep your eyes on that Bimmer World BMW car number 84.
Battle for 4th position through the International Horseshoe and heading towards the kink as Trent Hinman has dealt with Matt Keegan and Cameron Lawrence. Now up to 5th position, Al Carter in the Aston Martin ahead of him. Mazdas 25 and 27, or should I say 27 and 25 are battling on the banking as well. That's Britt Casey Jr. from Chad McCumbee, 30th and 31st overall, 12th and 13th in ST. The little 4-cylinder 2-litre Mazda engines absolutely buzzing to their limit, and they're using the draft sensibly. One follows and then slingshots by and then pulls the other one around. You know, there is the look of Lightning McQueen on the front of those Mazda MX-5 with a little smiley face, isn't there? And Sarah Catania is gaining on the pair of them. She's up to 14th position in class and hoving into view between those two Mazdas, the 25 and the 27 Freedom Autosport machines. Down through the gearbox, hard on the brakes for the hairpin at the far end of the circuit from us as they, or across the circuit from us, should I say, as they exit the International Horseshoe, and Catania in that purple machine is closing down. Meantime, the 26 car, another one of the Freedom Autosport machines, is battling through the field as well, with the Porsche Cayman of Tim Probert ahead of Liam Dwyer. Liam Dwyer in the green and white Mazda. Tim Probert in the 65 Murillo Racing, second of the Murillo Racing cars. 56, of course, is the one that we've been used to down through the years. That's another bright orange machine, this one with a little more white on it. They're heading out through turn 6. Probert goes wide over the yellow line that marks the edge of the circuit, and Liam Dwyer snatches another gear in the Mazda as he tries to get into the hole in the air that's been made by that Porsche Cayman. It's not a big hole in the air, but the Mazda's not a big car, and he is getting a little bit of an advantage. He's holding on here, and he might just be able to pull a last gasp braking manoeuvre into the bus stop. Might be just a tiny bit back, but that won't stop him trying. Liam Dwyer down through the gearbox, revving the Mazda, gets a little bit of a slide on as he goes through there, taking maximum amount of speed. Meantime, Trent Hinman has caught Al Carter for 4th position, and he's dragged with him Cameron Lawrence. 3 cars now, Jeremy, battling for 4th, 5th and 6th position on the high banks.
Yeah, that is a good battle, isn't it? All sorts of battles up and down the field. There's contact there by the farther back down the field between the number 6 Porsche Cayman, and right behind him there was number 52. That was Nate Norberger, one of the minis. A big save by Norberger, who's sideways across the stripe here. But battles were all the way up and down the field, and all these different cars battling together as well. The Aston Martin and the Porsche Cayman there. Absolutely nose to tail coming through the bus stop.
Fantastic variety of manufacturers this year. We've said that before about Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. We've added manufacturers this year, and at the moment Al Carter just been able to hold sway on Trent Hinman. 4th and 5th position. Hinman drags up in the back of the Aston Martin. Al Carter goes high. Hinman down low into the tri-oval, into our sight now, past us, down in the braking area for turn 1, and Hinman is through. And now that's 4th position for Trent Hinman. His next target, Dylan Murcutt, is 3 seconds up the road, and that would put him only a dozen seconds away from the lead, which is still held by Scott Maxwell.
Yeah.
No further action at the moment on that jump start. 4 seconds to the good over Dean Martin in second. And then another 4.5, 5 seconds between the second of the Fords and the first of the Porsches, and that is the 28 car of Dylan Murcutt.
Yeah, so clearly, or presumably therefore, the officials deciding that it was just Scott Maxwell who got the better of the start. He didn't make his move before the green flag was waved. He just got a better start apparently, and that is the apparent ruling. We haven't heard one way or the other, but there hasn't been any penalty served, so presumably that is the case. And it is Scott Maxwell who made that great start and took him into the lead. But meanwhile, this battle continues at the lead of ST. There's 2 primarily sort of day-glow or bright orange cars that are really battling hard. And now here comes the number 31 Body Motion Racing Porsche Cayman. Drake Kemper making a move on Jeff Mosing there for the 4th position as they head into turn 1. Well, Tyler Clary continues to move forward now up into 7th place in that BMW car number 84, and turning some very, very good laps indeed. On that last lap, by the way, the fastest car on the track in ST was the 2nd place car of Pierre Klein-Ubing, but just a 1/10 of a second between those two. Also running quickly is Sarah Catania. The fastest lap so far set in ST was by Pierre Klein-Ubing. The 2nd place car, it's car number 75 at 2:04.775. The fastest car on that last lap was Sarah Catania in that number 44 Nissan Altima. Started at the back, now up to 11th place in ST in car number 44.
Jeff Mosing in the 56 car in 5th position in ST. He's got 4th and third, just ahead of him in the shape of Drake Kemper in the 31 Porsche, and then just about the same distance further around the banking is Derek Jones in the 73 Mini. Drake Kemper in the black and blue Porsche Cayman in the ST category. 3 different types of Caymans racing here, 2 in GS and 1 in ST. Into the bus stop, the Mini looks really tall through there. The 2 Caymans much flatter as they head out onto the far side of the circuit from us. Mere colourful specks on the banking as they are in the sunshine here in Florida. Start of the IMSA season with the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge BMW Endurance at Daytona. 4-hour race, and we've already had some 20 minutes or thereabouts, just coming up to that group of cars down into the heavy braking area at turn 1. All quiet in the pits at the moment, with no problems following that Compass 360 issue earlier on, although I'm not entirely certain that that car is still circulating. 76 car of Matt Plum has not been scored as a racing lap, so he got going but has pulled it off, so bad news for them. The 22 Lee Keane has not come out either.
That was the car that stopped on
that was
the,
on the
on
formal
the
lap, yeah, Rebel Rock Racing.
Right, and the other car that's shown on the scoring start is car number 46, but that was one of the team TMG cars. That did not start as well. That was withdrawn, and Ted Giovannis, the team principal, is running the 18th position in car number 4. Just saw a change of position there for third place in ST. Drake Kemper using that straight line speed advantage that Porsche Cayman has by moving past Derek Jones in the Mini, and Jeff Mosey also following him through. So it's now number 31 car, Drake Kemper, into the third position in ST. Long way behind the 2 leaders, but into third place ahead of Jeff Mosey in car number 56, then Derek Jones in car number 73, then defending series champion Nick Galante in car number 17, and Tyler Clary, the swimmer, up into 7th position in car number 84 and getting closer and closer to last year's champion.
Start is still under review, I'm hearing, so we'll try and keep that line to race control open. The IMSA race direction very good at passing messages through to us here at IMSA Radio. We are trackside, of course. That helps with being able to get that flow of information. Indeed, we can wave at race control. They are in the next booth along to us, and we have glass walls here, which
better than glass ceilings.
Got to be very very careful what hand signals we pass backwards and forwards to race control, just in case we upset them if we get them wrong. So 3 hours and 35 minutes still to run. So we've still yet to get into the normal run of racing. The quick recap that we started under yellow flag with the 76 car of Paul Holton with electrical problems from McLaren, and the C360R guys. That car has did get going again, but then has further problems and has been put back out of harm's way and in the paddock. And since then we have been green. So 1 lap of yellow and then straight to green racing, and it's been green ever since. And
the overall leaders now working their way through the ST traffic. Scott Maxwell, the leader, has got a handy advantage still over Dean Martin in 2nd place, but Dylan Merkel in 3rd in that number 28 machine for RS1, the best of the Porsche Caymans, now coming under increasing pressure from Trent Hinman in the similar car, the older car run by Body Motion Racing. That is car number 12, Trent Hinman, now right with Dylan Merkel. That the battle for 3rd and 4th positions. Where are they on the racetrack? I think it's probably just going onto the banking perhaps. But that now is a nose-to-tail battle, and Trent Hinman has made up a deficit of almost 3 seconds over the last 3 laps. So car number 12, Trent Hinman, he's flying along there now in the 3rd position in GS.
So one of 2 extended events this year. Messon Henry tweeting at IMSA Radio, why do we have a 4-hour race with Conti. Standard IMSA race for WeatherTech is only 2 hours 40. This is one of 2 longer races this year, here and at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca later on in the season. The rest of the Conti races this year are 2-hour encounters. So a little bit of change in the rules. Tightly packed racing schedule for the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge teams, which has taken a lot of days away from the shop out of their budgetary planning. And teams seem to be reasonably pleased with that. Had the option to put an extra driver into this race as well from a business point of view, if they wanted to. Wasn't mandatory. Coming up to the first half hour of racing, keep the tweets coming to @IMSA Radio. Still Scott Maxwell leading by 5.9 seconds in the battles through the field now. And he's just gone past the Mini. And now right up behind. Now this is going to be interesting because he's right up behind Jeff Mosing and Jake Kemper. They are battling for 3rd and 4th position in the ST category, but he pulls up onto the high side in the early part of Speedway Turn 1 and blows by them. Those guys having a cracking scrap, but didn't get their fight interrupted by the leader going through. There is that much performance difference, and that was interesting to see there, Jeremy. I was wondering what was going to happen there, but clearly here that Mustang has a lot of power, a lot of downforce as well, much more than the car it replaces, and the guy's saying feels much more like a proper racing car. Mustang's 1st and 2nd at the moment, with Trent Hinman in 3rd position. He's taken a couple of seconds off the leaders as he's trying to chase them down. Meanwhile in ST, Connor Bloom, Pierre Kleineming just 0.6 of a second apart across the line now in front of us.
Yeah, well clear. The 3rd place car just coming off turn 4 as we speak. That 3rd place car is Drake Kemper, who's got Jeff Mosing absolutely tucked in slipstream. He pulls out of the slipstream and goes to the inside and takes over 3rd position as they come across the line. They've got a couple of car lengths ahead of the Mini of Derek Jones, and then about 3 seconds behind the Mini is Tyler Clary, that swimmer. He is doing a fine job. He's swimming with the big boys here in motor racing terms. A newcomer for the sport, has a passion for it for a long, long time. He's been trying to break in. This is his first professional race. The 27-year-old.
Oh, Hinman down the inside there. No, that's not a pass for position.
That's actually passing Tyler Clary.
That's Tyler Clary that you were talking about there. He's desperately trying to make that time up on Dean Martin and Scott Maxwell. He doesn't want to lose time in traffic. Tyler Clary then just going a lap down to the 12 car at the International Horseshoe. But yes, you're right, he is having an absolutely tremendous run in that 84 BMW, holding a solid 6th position, and his lap times, his best lap faster than some of the guys ahead of him, which includes Jeff Mosing and Drake Kemper, who've got a heap more experience.
You're absolutely right. I mean, he's turned a 2:05.0, and the fastest lap in the class is a 2:04.775, so that's just a couple of tenths of a second away. A really fine effort. I mean, he's not got much time in this car. Did the test here at the Roar, but again, didn't get many laps because it is going to be the regular drivers in that car for the whole season in car number 84, James Clay and Tyler Cook, and they're going to be doing the entire championship and going for the championship this year in that car. So Tyler Clary didn't get many laps at all, but boy, he's a fast learner, isn't he?
The lead in ST now, and here comes the lead in GS going through, picking the way left of the 2nd place Audi of Pierre Kleineming, right of Connor Bloom as they head down the transition and into turn number 1. And Scott Maxwell is past those 2 cars and heads away with an open track ahead of him now. Dean Martin in 2nd has fallen to 8.5 seconds in arrears, and Trent Hinman can almost see the back of that white Mustang GT4. 2.2 seconds further back as the leader's just gone through the kink where Louis Satterley and the guys are sitting. Good to know that you're tuned in on 107.9 here at the circuit. Paul Marquardt, another one of our regulars who is here at the Speedway this weekend, and I'm sure enjoying this race.
And that battle for third place in overall now with Trent Hindman and Dylan Murcott, who's hanging with Trent Hindman. He's lost the position, but he's hanging right with him. And they're closing in now on Dean Martin in second place. The gap was 4.5 seconds from second to third. Now it's been halved, 2.2 seconds as they came across the line last time around. So Trent Hindman in car number 12 is reeling in that second place machine and bringing Dylan Murcott, number 28 car, with him as he moves forward towards the front. Meanwhile, Scott Maxwell has extended his lead to over 8.5 seconds on that last time around. So I would suggest the second place car perhaps got held up in a little bit of traffic going through the bus stop, cost him a little bit of momentum coming onto the banking. That has enabled that the leader to pull away a bit and the third place car to close in a little bit as well.
This is just a huge jump into the unknown as we still have 3.5 hours left, Jeremy. And a problem. That is the second place car. That is Dylan Murcott and the core racing.
No, Dean Martin
has dropped out of the fight there in the 59, the pole sitting car. And is this new car worries for the Blue Oval? This car barely turned a wheel before it came to practice and qualifying on Thursday here. Was good enough to be pole position, holding on to second. Now that has given Trent Hindman a clear run now, of course, to Scott Maxwell at the front of the field. And Trent Hindman is dragging Dylan Murcott with him. Murcott's had a good run and has closed back onto the rear bumper bar of the Porsche ahead. So 15 forward from 12. The body motion Porsche, the 28 Porsche in third position, just by 0.8 of a second. Then 3 seconds further back than the first of the Aston Martins, the blue car. There's the RS1 multicolour, it's sort of Arctic convoy on the side of that, isn't it? With the shades of grey, a little bit of red on there as well for the RS1 machine as he carves his way past the leader in ST, Connor Bloom. So Scott Maxwell, I'm sure, will be being told by his team that we have lost the other Mustang GT4 and that Trent Hindman is trying to get back to him. Took 0.6 out of him last time around, and the sad sight of the Mustang on the infield after a brilliant run to pole position, 0.070 of a second ahead of Scott Maxwell. And Dean Martin having a word with the marshals on the infield as the battle for the lead. No, check that. That is the battle for third position as the GS field are coming through there. That is Jeff Morsing and Drake Kemper. And there's the Mini in there as well. Is Derek Jones that in the 73? Yes, it is. GS cars coming through. This is Dean Martin is falling down through the timing and scoring monitor. Still around about 25 minutes away from any planned pit stops, Jeremy. What have the teams been telling you about fuel mileage? Will we see everybody in together, or will we, as we've seen in the past, because there have been a few changes in fuel tank sizes, will we see the GS cars in first?
Yes, we'll see the GS cars in first, and I would think it'll be, well, you see, the thing, what's interesting about the strategies now is the drivers have to do a minimum of 45 minutes. So they've got to decide whether many of the teams have one driver that's significantly faster than the other. Do they put the quicker driver in now, or have they started with a quicker driver? Let's look at some of the different strategies. In the number 15 car overall, well, Scott Maxwell and Jay Buford, they're both fast, so that's not really relevant to them. They are super quick. But the number 12 car, Body Motion Racing, Cameron Castles, who will be sharing that car with Trent Hindman, doesn't have anything like the experience of the youngster. Trent Hindman might be only just 21 years of age, but he is super talented, really, really quick, very, very experienced. So Cameron Castles will have to get into that car and drive the middle stint. So I'm sure we will see Trent staying out as long as he can, and then Cameron will drive the middle 45 minutes in the race, and then Trent will take over again and finish the race.
So more lappery, and down in the first corner a moment or two ago, the number 7 The Volt car. Oh, now was there a touch there on the back of the GMG, the number 11 machine? That was James Sofranas, who's dropped behind Alan Brynjolfsson. The number 7 car with that bright fluorescent yellow aero paint. That is an Andy Blackmore design, and he says he deliberately put the darker colour on there to give the contrast. The brief was make the car stand out. Think you can tick that box, Mr. Blackmore. And thanks from all of us fans and enthusiasts, as well as broadcasters, for your sterling work on the official IMSA Spotters Guide. Andy Blackmore, if you don't know, is the man behind those wonderful guides that come out to give us the opportunity to be able to spot cars at a distance. Spotterguide.com for the latest download links, or you can get them from IMSA.com as well. Down into the first corner, this battle between Jeff Mosing and Jake Kemper continues.
Indeed, and look who's right behind him. It's Tyler Clary in car number 84. He has moved his way all the way through this field and now challenging for the 3rd and 4th positions. Tyler Clary, wow, what a drive this has been. I mean, very little racing experience, certainly no professional experience before, but he wouldn't know it judging by the way he's pedaling this car right now. We knew the car was going to be fast. Last year, this BMW 328i was on the pole position 3 times during the season, but a win always eluded James Clay and Tyler Cook. But I tell you what, they're looking good here this afternoon at Daytona.
Well, you were just talking about the Body Motion Racing team. They have tires up on the wall with the number 12 on them. They are getting ready for Trent Hinman to come in, probably somewhere within the next 4 laps is what the crew guys were signaling to me. And Cameron Castles, our resident Canadian, does have his helmet on. He is ready to turn his first laps of Daytona International Speedway.
Oh, just had to stay with Shea's mic there as something rattled past him.
It was the race leader.
It was
Scott Maxwell, yeah.
That was Scott Maxwell in the GT44. That has a lovely raunchy sound, doesn't it, as it goes through. Trent Hinman's pulled about a second out of the leader since last we looked. More importantly, I would think, for Trent is he's managed to stretch away. It was 0.8 of a second to Dylan Merker in the 28 RS1 Porsche in 3rd position. That's now 3 seconds. So he can now focus forward and just try and get these last 3 or 4 laps the absolute best out of that number 12 Body Motion Racing Porsche. Now that is one of the GT4 Club Sport cars. That's not a full GT4 spec car, despite the fact that it's in its name, which is rather confusing for stupid commentators like me.
It is.
I'm easily led as well, I'm told.
It is this battle for 3rd place now, heading into turn 1 with Tyler Clary looking to the outside, boy, and making it around the outside of Jeff Mosing. Is he going to be able to hold that on the turn into the corner? They're side by side through turn 1 there, but it is Jeff Mosing as the preferred inside line. He gets that position back again, coming off the corner and heading down to
Pits are closed.
The International Horseshoe.
Pits are closed, and that is because we've had an accident on the far side of the circuit. 2 cars involved, and they are both badly damaged. It's the Aston Martin, it's the number 4 Porsche as well in the GS class. That is Ted Giovannis, and the left rear wheel of the Porsche is completely pulled off that car. Now also the number 3 Aston Martin, Craig Lyons, in the TRG Aston Martin racing car that he shares with Chris Wilson. Those 2 guys have come together. Now the good news is that Craig's car is moving. Might get another look at this. It looks as though Craig Lyons lost it on his own on the way out of the chicane. Yes, he did. And Ted Giovannis just driving straight into the stricken Aston Martin, unable to pinch the car down or seemingly alter his line there as he came out onto the high banks. And bad news for both teams. Significant damage to both the TRG Aston Martin, that blue and silver car, and to Ted Giovannis, who's pulled off the right rear wheel, drive shaft, and everything is gone. The Porsche Cayenne safety car. Ted's moving in the car just a little bit too much of the right foot. It wasn't that he was coming through there too quickly. He'd got the hard part of the bus stop done. This is Craig Lyons I'm talking about, and he really just needed to straighten that car up and point it to the outside wall and just try to hold the lock on a little bit too long. too much of the right foot and spun that car, he would have got away with it. Did not hit the wall. Ted Giovannis about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds behind, talking to the IMSA safety crew, but not yet going to get out the car until the, oh well, he is, he's coming out now that we've got some cover for him with the 2 intervention vehicles. Pats the safety workers on the back just to let them know he's okay.
Yeah, the veteran driver there, the oldest driver in the field is Ted Giovannis, but I tell you what, young at heart,
yes.
A tremendous enthusiast, and a couple of years ago, he moved up to the GS category last year with this Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. So this is his second year in GS, but in ST the previous year, he had a couple or 3 podium finishes in ST, driving with David Murray. Did a really, really nice job, but unfortunately, it's come to a sudden halt here this afternoon.
Jeremy, this has come at a very fortuitous time for the GS cars because they're starting to get, in fact, they are in their pit window. We heard Shea Adam talking about second place Trent Hinman, only maybe a couple or 3 laps away when that full caution came out. The pits are still closed, of course, and it will open up once the BMW safety car has picked up the leader, and race control is happy that the whole field is under control. Full caution number 2. We had 1 lap at the start of the race, remember, with the time remaining at just on 3 hours and 17 minutes. The little red cross blinking at the entrance to the pit lane to make sure that all the teams and drivers realise that it is still closed.
It's a shame because there was a tremendous
Yeah,
battle
good,
developing there in ST in particular. The first 2 were still way out in front. Connor Blooming, car number 18, the Porsche Cayman for RS1, the Florida-based team, and Pierre Klein-Newbing in the Audi for C360R. But in third place, Drake Kemper was holding on to the position in car number 31, along with Jeff Mosing. Tyler Clary was battling with them, and also the 2 minis of Derek Jones and Mike Lamara, the 2013 ST champion. They were also right in that battle, closing in, as was Sarah Catania in the car number 44. That's the Nissan Altima that started at the back of the field after electing to change tyres after qualifying. So that was really developing that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position.
And now it's closed right up, of course, but it will be broken up by pit stops here. Fastest lap, by the way, set by Scott Maxwell on the 4th circuit of the 3.5 mile track here. 1:55.752. Pit lane is open.
Yeah.
And who's the first? Well,
all of the GS
cars.
Yeah.
It's open for the GS cars first. Scott Maxwell is the first man to have the opportunity and takes that opportunity, and he's heading towards Nick Damon.
And the very attractive shiny grey car comes to a halt absolutely on its marks. There's a driver change as well, so Scott Maxwell will be getting out, and in will get Jay Burford. Already the top led. The amazing thing about this course, we are with GT4s, so it's 5 wheel nuts, and they are doing it at NASCAR speed, way quicker than the GT4s we saw in Dubai only a couple of weeks ago.
Second place car rolls in. That's the number 12. Trent Hinman gets out from behind the wheel of the Porsche Cayman. And now it is Cameron Castles, the man whose name is on the door and the hood, getting strapped in. He has that look of determination on his face as Trent plugs in the helmet plug. Left side tires are going on. Right sides are already done.
The 52 Mini has just come down the pit road incredibly slowly. And is waving people past, but we're just about to finish the GS leader, the leader of the race, the 15 Ford Mustang. They are just in the final bit of driver trickery. Door won't shut, which is a common theme, it appears. The way she goes, but they lost about 2 or 3 seconds with a tardy driver change.
12 beats him back out, though, on the pit lane, as well as the number 88, the GMG racing car, gets out after a very good stop. But there was a moment of hesitation because down by CJ Wilson Racing, a Mini entered the pit lane. The pit lane is closed for ST cars, but the 52 came in and is rolling. Actually, it's being pushed by 2 of the IMSA officials. Dead stick, no power. The number 33 almost collected it going back out into the fast lane. No harm, no foul, though. Darth Cayman is okay.
So the first busy section for our Continental Tire pit lane reporters, and the lead changed in the pit lane as they'll come round this time. It will reset, but for sure Cameron Castles and got through ahead of the leader, and I think there's 3 or 4 cars there at least that got out before the 15. That was a tardy stop. Jay Buford has been installed. We'll check them as they come back around. The 52 car is going behind the wall. Just a quick update to what Nick was saying about the wheel nuts, the lug nuts, Jeremy, on the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge machines.
Yep.
There is one manufacturer here that does have a centre lock wheel.
Yeah, the new McLaren has centre lock wheel, so just a one wheel nut there. And in order to equalise the time of the pit stops, the McLaren teams or anybody with just a centre lock wheel, just a one wheel nut, they have allowed only one wheel gun at each of the pit stops. So their pits are kind of slowed down by that, because all the other teams have 2 wheel guns to be able to help change their tyres. So it is a sort of kind of an unfair advantage, but it has been negated by the regulations.
That's a clever thing to do. Some pit stop times coming to me from Paul Truswell. The 15, the leading Ford, 148 into out. The 12 car, 136, 12 seconds. The difference on pit lane.
Takes quite a bit less fuel, does the Porsche Cayman, but there are restrictors on the fuel flow into the tanks to try and equalize the pit stops. Even though the fuel tank sizes are all different, the restricted flow of the fuel is designed so that the pit stops should be about the same length, but clearly it wasn't a particularly good stop by Multimatic.
We'll give you the rundown of the GS category in a moment, but here comes the ST cars, and let's go down to Shea Adam.
The leader is on the pit lane, the bright orange Porsche from RS1. It will be a driver change. Connor Bloom will be getting out, and Aurora Strauss will be taking her turn behind the wheel. Immediately in front of that car as it comes to a stop, the 31 pulls in. Drake Kemper getting out from his first stint behind the wheel of the Body Motion Porsche. The pit stop going on for the number 18, the RS1, the car that came in as the leader, going smoothly. The team car, one back, the 17, which is the defending team champion, not doing a driver change. Talked to Spencer Pompelli yesterday. He said that they were going to do 2 and 2, so that's fairly even. Everything going pretty normal up here. Nick?
Down at our end, the second place car, the Audi S3 is parked right at pit in, and they've just completed their entire service about 40 yards away from me, and now come past in that very beautiful 75 S3 four-door, and that has had but 3 cars decided not to come in. The 44 of Sarah Catano, the 54 of Michael Johnson, and Tim Probert in the 65 all decided not to come in, but a good stop for the 75 S3, and this is the car which did so well. Again, I keep mentioning it in Dubai.
A bit of trouble up here for the car that came in as the leader. Will not be going back out on track first, is still on the pit lane. It pulled in quite a bit further away from the pit wall than they would have liked it. So stretching the fuel hose all the way out to try and get it slowed them down. Then they had very slow tire changes, as well as the number 31, the Body Motion, immediately in front of them. They had a slow left front tire change. They managed to get theirs on. The 18 still in the pit lane, still trying to get the fueling complete as the fuel nozzle now comes out of the car. And Aurora Strauss getting the signal to go back out on track, but unfortunately, she is leaving an empty pit lane after her co-driver brought it in first.
Oh, dear. Now, they haven't lost a whole lot of real estate in terms of it being a full course yellow and a yellow flag stop, but lots of places given up there. That is terribly disappointing. However, it's a challenge that Aurora Strauss will relish. Great, I get to go and pass some more cars. That's the way you've got to look at it.
Yeah, we'll see. And another car that surprisingly made a poor pit stop was number 56, Murillo Racing, of Jeff Mosing. He came in the 4th position, and he's actually, I think, even behind, no, he's just ahead of Aurora. So right at the back of the pack now, 2 of the quickest cars in ST.
And courtesy of not changing drivers, a brilliant stop by the number 99 Automatic Racing Team. Al Carter, I believe, will lead the field back to the green, with Alec Udell also stayed in the car, the 88 Porsche, in 2nd position. Cameron Castles stayed in the 12 car, and they are the top 3. Down to Nick Damon.
And with Scott Maxwell, who's signing autographs. Was that good a run, was it?
I'm signing autographs for Billy Johnson. There you go. Yeah, it was a good run. The car was really nice to drive, and we've never run that long in a stint with this new car. So I was being careful on the tires and on the brakes, but right now, knock on wood, it's a solid car, and I know the last hour is going to be a lot more hectic than the first hour. So we'll see what happens over the next little while.
Scott, thanks a lot. Up to Trent Hinman, Boucher.
That first stint out there for Trent Hinman, they rewarded you with the banana, but you said that was fun out there. Was it enjoyable from your perspective in all aspects?
It absolutely was. Absolutely. I mean, the Body Motion guys gave me a fantastic car, really, to allow me to really come through the field like that. But for the most part, my goal was just to conserve, manage what we have. We still have 3 hours to go in this race, so tons of time for stuff to either go right or wrong. So either way, really proud of that last stint from everybody, from all of us. But there's a long way to go. Cameron's going to be just fine out there. He's going to do the best he can and manage with what we have. And for the most part, it's like what I told you yesterday. It's all about being there right at the very end.
Thank you, Shea and Nick. And we've got the restart. You heard the roar of engines, and a very, very good restart indeed by Alec Udell. I did hear the green from race control, and he was on it and absolutely mugged Al Carter towards the line. Cameron Castle's in 3rd position. Dylan McEvan in 4th position in the 28 car. But what a restart from the 88 Porsche, which now leads, and everybody else fighting for positions, including Jay Buford, who's battling with Russell Ward and Till Bechtelsheimer for 6th, 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, the 21-year-old Alec Udell, a champion last year in the World Challenge Series in the GT Cup category, driving a Porsche. He's been driving Porsches a long time. It's his first time in a Porsche Cayman. It is actually his second start in the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. He made a one-off race in 2012 when he was at the tender age of 16, I think he was then. But now he's a full-on driver. He's driving for GMG. That was a great start by Alec Udell, and he is in the lead of this race. And Al Carter, as you say there, John Hindhaugh, got absolutely mugged at the start, and it was a brilliant restart by Alec Udell. But boy, what a change in the positions from before the pit stops.
And we've still got more than a race distance that we saw last year in ST. Chad McCumbee leads from Sarah Cattaneo in 2nd. Remember, Sarah stayed out, did not pit. Sorry, it's not. It's Sarah Cattaneo that's leading. Just a quick reset on the timing and scoring.
Well, no, it was Chad McCumbee was leading. Unfortunately, it's really confusing, but the timing resets every time they go past a loop on the track. But it was Chad McCumbee who took the lead on that restart after Sarah had led
across the line.
Green, yeah.
So Sarah Cattaneo leads, 44 from 73 from 25. Paul Truswell is with us in the booth here, looking down trackside at Daytona International Speedway. Paul, one thing I'd like you to check, and I know you're sending me messages, is whether the GS cars got the 45-minute drive time, because I think they were in a smidge before 45 minutes ticked over, which means that all of those starting drivers that got out will have to get back in again to get their 45 minutes. That is under review by our human computer, that is Paul Truswell, who's brought the mobile version of the Walking Data Center out to Florida this weekend. And Paul will have a look at that for me, I'm sure.
And the 3 leaders came past the line last time around. I mean, pretty much side by side they must have been. And Al Carter was actually shown in the lead of the race. Aston Martin has great straight line speed, but he's now been repassed by Alec Udell. They're heading on down the back straight now towards the bus stop. And you see the 4 leaders concertinating together as they move down towards the braking area for the bus stop. It's Alec Udell who leads through. On the inside goes, I think it's Dylan Matchevern, but it is Dylan Matchevern.
Yeah, it went through in the 28 car. Here comes the 15. Jay Buford on. Alan Brynjolfsson and Chris Green's in there as well. And the Ford goes to the high side, that dark grey machine, side by side with the McLaren of Chris Green. The lighter coloured car is on the low side, hugging that yellow line, making his competitor go around the long way. And here comes Brynjolfsson and Al Carter's in there as well. 1, 2, 3 wide as they go underneath us. Jeremy Shaw takes a step back, even though we're at the top of the banking. And through goes Brynjolfsson. He's taken a position. Oh, he's hit and he's turned around. Brynjolfsson in the 7 car goes around as he was just tapped there by Chris Green. Meantime, at the head of the ST field, it's Sarah Cattaneo and Derek Jones battling it out. They did not pit stop. One man who did, Pierre Kleinebing, he's with Nick Damon.
Pierre, you brought the 75 in second place, but you are now leading the cars who have made a stop. Good tactics.
I think so. It's a long ways to go. We have to get Roy in to get his stint, and then I'll get back in the car later on. So that was the plan all along. Get a little break now, drink some water, eat some stuff, and get ready for the end. You know, have a good car. I think if the strategy plays out the way we want it to, we should be there at the end.
Fantastic, Pierre. Thank you very much.
The 76 team car of C360R Racing, one of the McLarens, just came back out from behind the wall. This is the one that had the issues early on. It's not a Paul Holton behind the wheel. It is one of the Plum brothers, and I'll tell you what, both of them know how to win here. I believe it's Matt behind the wheel of that car, is it not, John?
Yes, it is Matt Plum who was slated to be in that car. Meantime, the ST lead has changed, coming out of the West Horseshoe and heading up to turn 6. Changed again, I should say, Jeremy.
Yes, now Derek Jones, who leads for Mini, he just snuck past Sarah Cattaneo down there at the, I think it was at turn 5. And the Mini is now back in the lead of that class. It's been a tremendous battle, but now on the straight, the Nissan is trying to make the move. But I tell you what, that Mini has got good legs. It heads down the back straight towards the bus stop. And in third place now is that number 84 World BMW. But it's now it's Tyler, but it's not Tyler Clare. It's Tyler Cook who's taken over the wheel of that car from the swimmer at that first round of pit stop. So it's a great stop by World Racing, and they've got that 84 car, despite the driver change, still right at the sharp end of the class in ST.
Paul Trustwell has just confirmed. It was a touch there, the 88 car going very, very sideways indeed. The bright blue Porsche Cayman, Alec Udell in second position. Jay Buford right on his tail at the moment. First, second and third together coming out the International Horseshoe, and Buford goes through into second. Pure power from the GT4 Ford Mustang. As in ST, there's a change of position there as well. Michael Johnson and Derek Jones having a real good scrap together, and Johnson gets the better of the Mini for the moment. Sarah Cattaneo behind them. Tyler Cook then leads from Johnson, then Jones, then Cattaneo. It's changing all the time. By the time I finish that sentence, I'm sure it will have changed again. But certainly the 84 has gone through into the lead there. Then it's Cook, Cattaneo, Michael Johnson back in fourth now, should I say, as the GT4 Mustang now sizing up the leader at the head of the GS field. The number 28 RS1 Porsche. What has it got for the big grey monster? Hoving into view like a great white shark. Goes down the inside into the bus stop. Can't make it there. The Porsche back wheels off the ground. Kicked into the air on the first of those two flat curbs at the bus stop chicane, and pulls out 5 or 6 car lengths there. Yeah. Now the Mustang will gradually pull that down. The 76 car back out on track, but not up to speed. It's been a horrible day for the McLaren of Paul Holton and Matt Plum. They've both been out there now in that car, and that car still has not completed a full racing lap. Past us now, the leaders go down into the braking area of turn 1. And Jay Buford tries the outside line. Maybe a mistake from the leader. No. Match Evan holds on to it. It's a very tight position as they go through the exit of turn 2, through the S's, down towards the International Horseshoe. Door left open by the RS1 driver, but the Mustang's a big car. He takes a late apex. I tell you what, Dylan is not compromising his line there, Jeremy. He's not driving defensively down the inside. He feels the Porsche is better on the brakes, and he's holding a normal racing line. And that was good driving by both of those competitors there. It would have been very easy for Jade Buford just to try and push his way through. Didn't do that, fair driving by both. But Alec Udell and Al Carter, the next two blue cars, are in that battle. Top 4 together as they head for turn 6.
Yeah, really good. Isn't it interesting? Look at the size difference, though, between the Porsche Cayman and the Ford Mustang. The weight difference, well, the Mustang weighs in at 1475 kilograms. Because they changed to GT4 European specification for this year, they're now weighing the GS cars in kilograms. They're still weighing the ST cars in pounds, but 1475 kilograms is the Mustang GT4. Times that by 2.2 if you want it in pounds. I can't do it on the thing. But a Porsche Cayman weighs in at 1,330 kilograms. So that's a 145 kilogram difference, which is about 300 pounds difference in weight between those two cars. So the Porsche Cayman, look, it's not as heavy on its Continental tires. Whoops, there's an off for Cameron Castles a little bit farther back down the order. He was running in the 7th position. That is car number 12 that was started by Trent Hinman. But this battle between the Cayman out front and a Mustang in 2nd place is fascinating.
So confirmed now. Their drivers will need to put those drivers back in. So that's the 11, Sofronas, the 21, Cameron Castles, the 28, Merkut, Dylan Merkut, Trent Hinman, and the 12, 15, Scott Maxwell, all need to drive again.
And that's fine, because that was scheduled in any case for each of those teams. So that's not a drama for any of them. And the ST cars that came in a lap later, they will have fulfilled their 45 minutes. Some of them will change back. Number 84 car, for example, that's going to make 2 pit stops during this race. Tyler Clary is now done. Tyler Cook will drive the middle stint, and then James Clay will finish off the race.
Battle for the lead in ST now goes down into the first corner, down off the banking on the front straight on the tri-oval, and it's BMW versus BMW Mini. That is Tyler Cook and Derek Jones, with Sarah Cattaneo just about a second behind in 3rd position. Michael Johnson 4 seconds further back in 4th, and Devon Jones half a second from that, and Nick Galante is tied to the back of Devon Jones's bumper, just 0.008 of a second when they went by at the head of the field. Dylan Majavid again with problems from Burford as he comes into the bus stop, and this is allowing Alec Udell, Al Carter, and now Till Bechtelsheimer's only 3 seconds off the back of that leading quartet of cars. Bechtelsheimer in the 33 Porsche Cayman from CJ Wilson Racing. Remember, we heard exclusively yesterday evening in the night practice that CJ Wilson, Major League starting pitcher, is starting a new career as a full-time racing driver and will be making his full season debut in the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge USA by Yokohama at Sebring in a CJ Wilson run car. Now there's a BMW running slowly on the banking, very slowly indeed, and it's Tyler Cook. That means the Beamer has given up the lead to the BMW Mini that's gone through the JCW car. Now that car have they run too far on fuel, Jeremy?
No, they came in and made a pit stop because
yes.
Tyler, it's Tyler,
yes,
but it's Tyler Cook, not Tyler Clary.
Correct.
So it's kind of the story of last season for that team. They led lots of races, were on the pole 3 times during the season, but weren't able to translate it into a victory, and they had such high hopes coming into this year. But here, meanwhile, is the battle for ST coming towards the stripe, and it is number 73 Mini that leads the way. That's Derek Jones with Sarah Cattaneo glued to Derek's rear hatch on that little Mini JCW, and a bit of a gap back to a 4-car battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Leaders tied together with a very short bungee cord. It stretches out a wee bit, but on the faster parts of the circuit, the GT4 Mustang closes back in again. Porsche from RS1, Mustang from Multimatic Racing, Jay Buford, and then just about 2 seconds further back, that really interesting scrap now between Porsche number 88, Aston number 99, the automatic racing car, then Matt Keegan in the 77 McLaren, until Bechtelsheimer still hanging, until Bechtelsheimer is right on the tail now of 5th place Matt Keegan.
No, he's just been passed by Matt Keegan.
Excuse me, yes, you are right. He's trying to hold on to him. Nick Damon, the BMW has made it back round to you.
Yeah, he's made his way into the pit lane here, the 84 car, and it's bonnet up and two men peering into the right-hand bank. The engine is running, I can see it spinning, and the fan belt is powering the alternator, so they're looking, they're doing the waggly thing, they're trying to see what the problem is, they're having a look at the various hoses, but at the moment, no action. I think they're diving deep down, bonnet now being shut. And whether they've now found it, they're going to go. They're now looking at the back. But the car is staying there at the moment. He's about to go, and they've held him. And then, oh, they shut the bonnet, and now they open the bonnet again. So it's a bit of a comedy of error. This was the leader in ST, of course, 84 car. And they are looking at, I think there's a cover, which is now not mounted as it should be. And they are tightening up a Jubilee clip. Yeah, what's happened is, they're taking the air filter off now. And so they're yanking that out. So I'll keep on watching and see what's going on. I believe Shay has an update.
Yeah, the pole-sitting car, the number 59, just re-emerged from behind the wall. It is still Dean Martin, who is behind the wheel of that car, as he should be, but now 15 laps down on the leaders, and that is a lot for them to try and make up. But we have pit callers at this point in time. We've got the number 44, the CRG iDubaro car, making its appearance. Sarah Catania will be getting out, and Owen Trinkler up on the wall. They did not come in under yellow. That's part of the reason why Sarah was leading when they went back to green. But for this car, the thing I'm watching out for, do they do 2 tires or 4? Because during the short races, they normally only change the front tires since it's a front-wheel drive car and the back tires are just there holding it up. The immediate spot behind them, the number 54, the JDC Miller Motorsports entry, the BMW. Michael Johnson has been extracted from that car, and Steven Simpson is now belting himself in. So an early driver change for that car, but I believe it will be Steven in there until the end. And the Nissan, indeed, only front tires. I wonder if those back Continentals are going to stay on the entirety of the race. Fueling is done, and away goes the beautiful pink car.
Well, the 84, I now know what's wrong. It's actually thrown one of its belts. It's a 2-belt system. The alternator is very much attached. It's thrown a lower belt, which I would assume, I don't know, but I assume is the water pump. So that car will be overheating. They have 2 new belts to try on it, but they'll be in for a while, and obviously any chance for a win is now severely reduced.
Nick Damon and Shay Adam, our Continental Tire pit lane reporters in the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, live flag-to-flag coverage of everyone of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge event this year, only on IMSA Radio, synced in sound and vision across the world and here in the US as we talk you trackside from Daytona International Speedway. The battle at the front of the field continues as we come down to 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining, and it's still the 28 RS1 Porsche from the 15 Multimatic Mustang GT4, high side, then low side for Buford as he tries to throw the dummy, tries to get the pass underneath done into the braking area at the bus stop, but cannot find the room. This is great driving, Jeremy, from Dylan McAvan.
It certainly is. The 21-year-old from Vermont he's made 19 starts in this championship before. His best finish is a 6th place. Virtually all of his starts have been in the ST class. I believe this is his GS debut, but what a debut it is for Dylan McAvan, taken over from Dylan Murcott. These two have driven together, the 2 Dylans, spelled their name completely differently, by the way. But yes. They're both very talented young guys, and McAvan, boy, he's doing a great job to hold off the vastly more experienced Scott Maxwell.
Yeah. And Jay
doing
Buford.
It beautifully well. I mean, he's not blocking, he's just driving really sensibly.
It's Jay Buford behind the wheel, of course. Now Scott Maxwell will have
also very
experienced. Yes, exactly right. I've been really impressed at the career progress of Jay Buford in that position. Oh, and there's a touch.
Yeah,
there's a touch, a big touch between Buford and the 15 car. And that was a tad naughty. That was a moment or two ago. And to be honest, the 28 RS1 Porsche just holding on the line. I think a misjudgment there rather than anything more sinister from Jay Buford. Clearly frustrated, Jeremy, at not being able to get the run. Now, one of the changes on the GT4 Mustang is the braking system. it was a bit of an Achilles heel on the previous version of the car that was built specifically to the GS regulations last year with that flat plane crank motor. And they've made some upgrades allowed under the GT4 regulations. And Jade Buford trying to use those better brakes to the advantage, can't quite make it work. Meantime, in ST, Derek Jones and Mike Lamara having a good scrap.
Yep, that's the battle for second, third and fourth. The other Mini of Derek Jones is out in front of this battle, but they're leading into that little group of cars into turn one is the number 17 car of Nick Galante, ahead of Mike Lamara, who remained at the wheel of car number 37 at that first round of pit stops. Really great job Mike Lamara is doing there in that Mini car number 37. Devin Jones right there also in the Porsche car number 31. And Chad McCumbee in car number 25, that's the 2015 ST champion.
Mike Lamara there and Devin Jones still battling it out. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, there is a bit of damage on that Mustang. It's lost one of the dive plates, but it doesn't stop Jade Buford this time from going down the inside into the International Horseshoe. But the 28 Porsche fighting back. Dylan tries to go side by side with the big grey machine. Gets alongside for a moment, but has to give best, and the lead at the front of the field has changed. Finally, if you're a Ford fan, what a great rearguard action, though, by the long-time leader, the 28 Porsche, as 4 ST cars head onto the banking at the same time. And there's been a bit of a shuffle round there as well between two of the Mazdas. Big slide by the 27 of Britt Casey Jr. as they went up onto the high banks from turn 6. Just a little bit over enthusiastic, I think, coming through the corners right across the yellow line, and that must have dirtied up the Continental tyres, because it was after that, on application of throttle, that the back end started to get away. Normally those Mazdas are pretty well fixed at the back. They don't have a huge amount of power. When you see them sideways, it tends to be on the way into corners, because they are throwing the car at the apex and trying to carry as much momentum as possible. But Britt Casey Jr. holding on to that car, 8th position in ST, which at the moment is led by Derek Jones with Nick Galante in second. 73 from 17, Mini from Porsche. Devin Jones in the 31 Porsche in third position. Mike Lamara in the Mini 37 in fourth. Then it's 81 BMW and 56 Porsche for the top 6. In GS, Jade Buford's just taken the lead. 3/4 of a second, the advantage at the head of the field, as they've got traffic ahead of them now, those two. 15 from 28 from Al Carter, waiting for him to come through now. There he is, he's dropped back 7.5 seconds from the first two.
And he's virtually side by side with Alec Udell there down in turn 1, so a great battle for third place as well. But on that previous lap, yeah, you have to say that Dylan Ashton kind of left the door open down there, didn't he? And Jade Buford said, "Thank you very much, here's my opportunity," and dives down the inside. A great move then by Jade Buford. We'll see now whether he can stretch that Mustang's legs and perhaps pull away from that pesky little Porsche.
Shea Adam with an unexpected pit caller.
And now I can see why, as I get close to the car, the number 43, the Porsche Cayman in the ST class, Christian Simchek and Chris Stone, coming into this series, I believe that's Chris's helmet behind the wheel, has a severely broken windshield, cracked right down the middle. It's almost a spider effect. The team was not expecting him in. They saw the car coming into the pit lane, and good thing the driver knew where the pit box was, came to a stop, and then the team put the board down. But they are trying to tell the driver, go behind the wall. That's not safe to go back out on the racetrack when you can't see anything. Looks like there are 2 distinct impact points on that windshield, though, John, not just one thing hitting it.
Interesting, maybe a bit of debris out on the circuit. Thank you, Shea Adam. Nick Damon has been replaced by Joe Bradley. We'll check in with him in a moment. Just 10 laps in that stint for the 43 car. By the way, the 76 McLaren came back on the pit road. 3 laps only completed by that car. Jade Buford checking out just a tiny little bit at the moment, only a tiny bit. 1 second, it's hardly anything. It's a bit of traffic ahead of them. Meantime, Al Carter and Alec Udell have Matthew Keegan trying to close in on them. Very similar lap times last time around. Kenny Wilden has gone through the number 7 car, and that's pushed Till Bechtelsheimer in the 33 Darth Came and CJ Wilson Racing Machine down to 8th position. Joe Bradley, the 59 car, is back with us. It's been a tale of war. Welcome to the pit lane.
Yeah, thanks guys. And yeah, the pole sitter is not having a good race. It's we call it character building in the world of motorsport. He's in the pit lane once again. The driver is remaining in the car, and it's taking on fuel. Bit of an inspection on the right rear corner. Probably the tyre that they were looking at. So maybe the driver reporting some kind of malady with the handling. But right now, the fueler has pulled away, and the fueling at the rear of the car, where the trunk of the car would be, and we're having a bit of we're kind of not in any way hurried. We've got a little bit of a wipe of the windscreen, and now the 59 pulls away. That's the car you can hear in the background. He's back out and onto the track.
Yeah, Joe, we still haven't found out what caused that car to drop out of the lead, so you might have a quick word with the co-racing Ford's team and find out what happened when that car was leading and cut out on the back straight. It came back into the pits. It's lost a lot of laps, so they've clearly done some work on it and sent it back out again. This is a very new car, of course. We'll get an update from Jim Roller and Joe Bradley in the pit lane for this central part of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge here at Daytona. Jeremy Shaw.
And our race leader coming off turn 4 now, heading towards the tri-oval, just putting a second lap now on the ST leader, car number 73. So those are 2 class leaders heading into turn 1. And Dylan Masherburn falling back a little bit in second place. That number 54 car having been out of sequence with the other ST cars as a lap down to the ST leader. And now heading into turn 1 is that battle for second place, with now, well, it's Dylan Masherburn in the GS class, and then the battle for second place in ST consists of Nick Galante, Mike Lamara, and Devin Jones as well, who's actually moved, who's holding down second place in ST.
Let's head back down to the pit lane. The 59 pole sitting car started strongly and then had a problem. Joe Bradley, excuse me, has the story from one of its crew members. Joe?
Yes, John, Cameron Majeri, who's sharing the car as a driver. Cameron, disappointing and also character building is how I would describe what's happened to the 59 Mustang. What was it?
This time it was a half shaft. We've been battling the car all week, all day, and yesterday we probably have 30 laps total on the car. We're just trying to get it nailed down. It's a brand new car. The core motorsport guys are just doing a great job. Just tearing the car apart and getting it back together and getting it fixed. We're trying to find out the explanation behind it, but right now we're just trying to make laps.
Are you guys using a lot of curb anywhere, particularly the bus stop? Have you kind of been thinking about how that could be?
Yes, I went out in the morning practice and I pretty much avoided all the curbs. I tried to stay high on the banking so the load wouldn't be as bad. And we've been trying all kinds of things and we just can't really nail it down what it is at this point.
It's one of those things, isn't it, Cameron? We may never find out. The banking here at Daytona is so unique. I suppose the positive from the week is you guys were fastest in qualifying. Something to build on.
Yeah, no, that was a huge plus and honestly unexpected. The guys did a great job. The car was hooked up and we didn't really see it coming, but we just had to Dean threw down a flyer at the end.
So are you going to be in the car later on in this race?
Right now, Dean's just trying to get some drive time. We are, depending on how this stint goes, if this stint goes well, then I'll get in it and just make a few laps. But if not, I think we'll retire it.
Bit of a test session, turn it into, yeah?
That's pretty much what it is at this point. I mean, obviously, we had a very strong car, but unfortunately, it didn't go our way this time.
Disappointing.
Incident on the racetrack that has closed the pits, and there is a Porsche facing in the wrong direction heading into the Western Horseshoe. It is the number 11 car. Now, did it jump or was it pushed? Oh, it jumped.
Yeah.
It jumped, and it jumped all on its own. This is Elias
Sabo. Yeah. He's making his professional debut this weekend, and Elias has had a hard time. He had a big crash actually here in the test day a couple of weeks ago. The sister car was even worse damaged to number 88, but He was running well there, Elias. He's keeping on the lead lap and running well after the first stint in the race by James Safronis, and Matt Halliday was due to finish that car. Unfortunately, the experienced Kiwi won't get a chance now probably to drive in that car, and has brought out what is our third caution period of the afternoon. And that's great news certainly for the number 44 ST car, Owen Trinkler having taken over from Sarah Catania. They pitted out of sequence with everybody else, to remember, after they pitted under green flag conditions shortly after the restart, after Sarah Catania didn't pit the first time around and then was battling for the lead at the restart in ST. Well, because of that pit stop, Owen was a long way back. He was more than a minute behind the leaders in ST, but this full course caution is going to enable him to pull around and get onto the back end of the whole field in ST.
So let's run down for you and see if there's any takers. That was Jeremy Shaw. I'm John Hindhaugh. We're live trackside. Bit of debris being picked up from the tri-oval as well. Cars coming through rather too quickly there for my liking, with a intervention vehicle on the track. Now they are staying low. Well, that's right in front of us. Meanwhile, Elias Sabo is getting himself out of the GMG Porsche. This is how it stands. It's the 15 Ford that leads from the 28 Porsche, the RS1 car, then the 99 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, then in fourth position, and they'll all close up, of course, GMG Racing, one of the team cars to the car that's caused the yellow flag, the 88 Porsche in fourth position. Fifth, all still on the lead lap, Matt Keegan doing a great job in the C360R McLaren with Alan Brynjolfsson, who's been up and down the timing and scoring monitor, now in sixth position.
Yeah, you remember he was involved in that incident.
Yes, he was.
In turn one, I mean, fantastic drive by Alan Brynjolfsson. Another guy who's making his professional debut this weekend. He's from Iceland originally, lives now in Tampa, Florida, has a company, a business out here. He's been wanting to go racing for a long time, and he saw this move to GT4 by the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge as a great opportunity to get in with a really cool car. He's got Chris Hall, a veteran Englishman, alongside him as his driver, coach, mentor and co-driver this weekend. But what a job Alan has done. After that spin, he's worked his way back up from 11th place now up into 6th, John.
And that was an assisted spin, I should say. That was not a mistake. He got tagged by someone else. Finish off the top 10 in GS for you. Kenny Weldon in the Motorsport in Action, 68. McLaren in 7th. In 8th, Till Bechtelsheimer in the Porsche of Fresno, 33 Porsche. That's the CJ Wilson racing car. Remember, CJ announcing his season-long driving debut here with us on yesterday evening's coverage, live on IMSA Radio. A scoop there. He'll be taking part in the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge USA by Yokohama from Sebring onwards as he starts his second major sporting career. Finishing off the top 10, 9th, the 21 Mueller Motorsports America Porsche, and in 10th position it is Russell Ward, the second of the CJ Wilson racing cars, which he can now jump out of and put in Damien Faulkner, which I expect will happen because the pits are opening. Quick rundown of the STs for you. Mini number 73 leads, Porsche number 17 from Porsche number 31. Then Mike Lamara in fourth place in another Mini JCW in fourth position. The 56 car, the bright orange Cayman of Jeff Mosing in fifth position. Then the 81 BMW in sixth. And the top 10 is made up by the Mazdas 25, 27 and 26 in 7th, 8th and 9th, and in 10th position Shane Lewis in the number 6 Porsche. And that car, remember, started dead last for Rebel Rock Racing after failing to post a qualifying time. So Shane Lewis living up to the interview that he gave us at the start, saying he was going to enjoy it and make the best of it. Here come the GS cars down into the pit lane. And I'm just scanning back. It looks like all the leaders are coming in. The dark grey Mustang will lead them down to their pit stall. Turns in very late indeed, and our pit lane team are there. Joe Bradley.
Yes, as is described, John, the 15 car comes to a halt, all very precise, hits his marks absolutely on the edge of the box that the, I'm not sure if it's the Ford team, they're sharing the pit here with the Ford GT team, and it's the Ford GT's box that the Mustang has been planted in. I love to see the pit crew go to work here. 5 wheel studs is what you can hear in the background. This is pretty exciting stuff.
Well, Murcott has brought the number 28 Porsche into the pits. All routine here. Fuel further up pit road. 4 tires and fuel for the McLaren number 68. Fuel only for the 28. Fuel only. Very interesting, John. The only one so far I've seen that is just taking fuel only. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we've got slight damage on the front. Some of the aerodynamics on the front of the car. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be. Yes, it is. It has had damage because the crew are now trying to bend the winglets just above the front splitter. So the winglets are doing something, because Scott Maxwell here, staying behind the pit wall, just instructing the crew. Some huge bits of tank tape. This car has had contact with another car, I'm being told. The bonnet, the hood of the car being taped down. So that's never good round here at Daytona. The car they're happy with though. They're more than happy with that car. The 15 car now back out.
Further up pit road, both McLarens, the 68 and the 69, have made pit stops. Both the 09 and 99 Aston Martins have come in. Bonnet is up on the 21 Porsche. Further up pit road, interesting, John, everybody has changed tires. Most have changed drivers. The 28 car, big roll of the dice, no driver change, fuel only. That's given them a huge advantage on this pit stop.
Thank you, gentlemen. Down in the pit lane. Drive-throughs, by the way, for the 65, 69, 18 and 9. They're 09. They've all done those up until now. That's an interesting time. We've now got what would have last year been a Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge race left to go, and we've already done a couple of pit stops, and I'm not really sure if that helps the GS guys coming in there. I don't think they can go with one more stop, Jeremy.
No. They definitely have to make at least one more stop. At least one more stop, possibly 2 actually. And what's interesting about that is the only car that didn't come in amongst the GS cars was car number 12, that's Cameron Castles. We know that he has not yet completed his 45-minute minimum drive time, so there was no point in bringing him in now. They've cycled him through to the front of the pack, and he will now take off on a restart and drive until he's completed his 45 minutes. Then he will bring the car onto pit lane and hand back over to Trent Hinman, who will then have to make at least one more pit stop before the end of the race. So I love this length of race. It's really interesting because it's opened up all these strategic options. And Cameron Castles now is going to cycle through to the front of the field and will take the lead at the restart. The pits now will be open for any ST cars that want to come in. Don't think there'll be many takers this time around because they are very early in their pit window. They were on took on fuel not too long ago, so really not an awful lot to gain by the leaders, at least in ST.
So the ST cars will come in this time around, and it's Porsches, Mazdas, more Porsches coming in. Jim Roller.
Well, all the RS1 cars, the crew is ready for that Porsche came in to come to the pits. And Jeremy's absolutely right. We've only got 5 cars so far that have taken the pit stop. The number 17 Spencer Papelli car comes to a stop. The number 26 Freedom Autosports Mazda goes by. He'll be calling in to make a driver change there. Spencer is changing out, and let's go to Joe Bradley.
A flurry of Porsche Caymans this end. Car 56, the bright orange car in for what looks like fuel and tyres. And further down, car number 8, the Porsche number 8, already out with fuel. Didn't look like tyres taken on by them, but the number 6 still taking on fuel as we speak.
Nick Gallant gets out of the number 17 car. Spencer Papelli gets in. Shane Lewis's number 8 car goes by, so he has made a pit stop as well.
Okay, now the reason that those 5 cars came onto pit lane in ST and nobody else is because Now the quicker driver is getting behind the wheel. The reason they did stop before, maybe they took on some fuel, but didn't change drivers. Which means now they can come in, and they also at that stage hadn't completed their 45 minutes. So now they're able to make that change. The 45-minute minimum is completed by Jeff Mosing, by Nick Gallant. In particular, those two. And Jeff Mosing, incidentally, after that bad first pit stop, restarted the back of the pack in ST. He worked his way all the way through in that car number 56 and was running in the 5th position before he made this pit stop now to hand over the car to Eric Foss. So Eric now will have to do the same sort of thing and work his way through the field. But it's the two Joneses, unrelated Joneses, that lead. Derek in car number 73, that's the Mini, and Devin in number 31, that's the Body Motion Porsche in second place. Mike Lamaro's done just a great job in that car number 37. He did not pit during that pit stop, is now in third place. Ari Baylog in car number 81, that's the BMW. He's been up and down a bit through this race, but back up into fourth place now ahead of Chad McCumbee, who also has not yet made that driver change to his co-driver, which is Stephen McAleer.
Now we've got everybody lining back up again behind the BMW safety car.
Another great pit stop, by the way, in GS by the Body Motion team to get Dylan McIvern, keep him up there towards the front. Good stop also by GMG Racing. It's Carter Young, another guy making his professional debut, who is running in that car number 88, having taken over from Alec Udell, who started the race. And Carter Young will now take the restart in third position in car number 88.
Go down to Joe Bradley with Scott Maxwell on that damage on the 15 car.
Scott, I saw the team trying to fix the winglets that were damaged. They were pointing in the wrong direction. Is that going to have a massive effect on the car's handling?
I don't know if it'll be massive, but it's not good. I mean, obviously they're there for a reason. They create some downforce on the front, so the front fascia is also coming loose. So we'll lose some front end performance overall. I'm not sure.
Thanks, Scott. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Joe Bradley. Back to green. Great timing as they head across the line. And it's the ST cars that go through at the head of the train. There wasn't a reset of the positions.
Well, no, in fact, because the restart was led there by Cameron Castles in the Body Motion car. That car, remember, did not pit.
Got you.
And they didn't reset the field there. So
because he was the leader of the race.
Indeed, and because those other ST cars had not stopped, then therefore the GS cars could not overtake them before the green flag. So Cameron Castles here, it's great call by Body Motion Racing. He's now got a big lead, and all the GS leaders that did make a pit stop have now got to work their way past the ST traffic before they can begin to track down Cameron Castles.
In ST, it's the Mini from the 31 Porsche, Derek Jones from Devin Jones. The two D Joneses are just a 1/10 of a second apart as they head round to the far side of the circuit. Mike Lamara in the 37, what a famous number that is in mini circles, in third position. Then the 81 BMW, and after the restart, of course, they're all bunched together. Cameron Castles has 4 seconds on Rob Eklund in the 99 Aston Martin as he goes down the back straight in elegant isolation. Pick your braking spot and turn in. Friday afternoon drive back from the shops for Cameron Castles at the moment in the Body Motion Cayman number 12. Huge sideways moment for Derek Jones in the Mini, but he does what Mini drivers have done for 50 and 60 years. Just planted his right foot on the onto the firewall and turned into the skid, and the Mini's back end follows the front wheels eventually. But that was great driving by Derek Jones on slightly less than optimum temperature tyres, I would think, after that run round behind the safety car. Mike Lamara had a think about trying to go through. He's gone through into second now, in the second of the Minis. So it's 73 from 37. And Devin Jones now back in front of him. So there's another little swap there in the ST. Looked like Jones was going to have a look down the inside, but the Mini was too far sideways. And Jim Roller has got a Mustang coming through. Jim, that looks like a drive-through. coming past you now.
That's exactly what it is, John. The 15 car has come through quite inexplicably. Nothing from, I'm not sure what you're seeing on race control, but he just came through. So that had to be a drive-through.
Well, I just wonder if that was for the contact with the then leading Porsche earlier on. I didn't see anything in the pit stop. We'll try and find that out for you.
It was a long pit stop again,
yeah,
wasn't it? Which is really unusual for the Multimatic team. They're generally brilliant on the pit stops, but each time now they've lost a lot of ground, and that means that Cameron Castles has been able to maintain his lead. He's going to be quickly gathered up there by Dylan Matchevern, who's now past Chris Hall. There's a great battle for second place between the McLaren. Actually, they're side by side coming off the banking over there, coming off NASCAR turn 2, heading down the back straight. It's that fluorescent Volt lighting McLaren is now in second place. Chris Hall has taken over after a great first stint by Alan Brynjolfsson.
Yeah, I was very impressed by Brynjolfsson in there. Could have easily had his head completely scrambled when he got turned around in the melee between turn 1 and 2. But the car looks in pretty good shape and still clearly handling nicely for Chris Hall. He's got the 28 Porsche in third position behind him. Just challenging there. Castles only 2 seconds to the good now. These guys are closing down on the 12 car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 3 wide. ST battle. Fantastic stuff.
And that's Aurora Strauss in the middle of that lot.
Yeah, Aurora Strauss, who had fought her way back to 8th position. Eric Foss has just taken that from her. And I think in there as well is the 84 car. Yes, it is. And that is Tyler Cook, although he's a lap down for the cars around him.
Yeah, I think it's 3 or 4 laps down, that car. But yeah, Jeff Mosing, or Eric Foss, I should say, at the wheel of that orange and black Mosing motor cars. Porsche Cayman car number 56. Working his way up there, and that's Spencer Pompelli, I fancy, right behind him.
Yes,
so
it is.
Those two old buddies, long-time adversaries, they battled for the championships now for several years in ST. Spencer won it last year, but they are battling now nose to tail as they come into the International Horseshoe.
Phew-wee.
Great stuff. Love it.
2 hours, 22 minutes still to run here in our season opener, the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona in the 2017 IMSA Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth overlooking the start-finish line here at Daytona International Speedway. For this middle portion of the race, it's Jim Roller and Joe Bradley as our Continental Tire pit lane reporters, and Cameron Castles is being closed down at the head of the field as Chris Hall is dragging the 28 Porsche back to the leader. They were 0.056 of a second apart through the last timing beam. And Till Bechtelsheimer is in that Porsche of Fresno, number 33, came in 4th position, is there as well. And these 3 are going to become the top 4. Very close indeed. Almost a bit of bump drafting on the Speedway's turns 3 and 4 as that bright yellow.
Can't miss that, can you?
You really can't miss that. The yellow and black and grey machine, Andy Blackmore, stand up and be counted. And they're staying 2 cars drafting faster than the single car. And Cameron Castles now battling for the lead. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, first through 4th, side by side for second. Here's an opportunity for Matchevern to go through, and does it. And can Bechtelsheimer follow through? He can. And the Porsche of Fresno machine, the 33, Darth Kamen, follows through. Porsche's first, second and third now, Jeremy, with that bright yellow machine just pushed out for the moment, at least, to 4th position. Did all the hard work dragging those 2 Porsches back towards the leader, and then got absolutely hung out to dry. Oh, 1, 2, 3 touches.
Coming through.
Hello, excuse me. Till Bechtelsheimer.
There was none of the excuse me. I'm just coming through, that's it.
Couple of touches there, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Matchevern hit the back of Cameron Castles going into the West Horseshoe, and then seeing the opportunity, there was just about a Porsche Cayman's width down the inside until Bechtelsheimer needed no second invitation, and he's up to 2nd position now. So Castles still lead. It's all changed behind him. Bechtelsheimer, Matchevern and Chris Hall second, third and fourth. Rob Eklund
Yeah,
Jr. actually is not that far back, you know, Jeremy. He's turning very good times in the Aston Martin. He could make this a fiver. And in fact, behind him is Russell Ward in the other CJ Wilson Motorsport car. Surprised they didn't put Demo into that car at the last stop.
Yeah, very surprising.
So top four coming off the banking.
But Russell's doing well. I mean, he's turning some very, very good lap times.
This is his sixth car race.
Yep. He's turning some very good lap times, and you know, he's obviously getting good instruction and hanging in there. Chris Hall, he's hanging in there in fourth place, the veteran driver. He's been around this place, this sport a long, long time. Lives now in Daytona Beach, in fact, in that car number 77. As he's trading those three Porsches into turn one, having a good look at how they handle that corner. But Chris, originally from England, long-time Formula Ford racer, particularly at Brands Hatch, had a lot of success there. So he's a massive amount of experience. Been over here for a long, long time now. Serves as a driver coach for many drivers, and boy, he's done a good job with Alan Brynjolfsson. And now he's going to practice what he preaches, and he's fallen back a little bit because he was running in second place, but still very much in that battle for the lead.
Roy Block in the 75 Audi cycles through the pit lane, and again something that looks like a drive-through. We're trying to get to the bottom of the 15 car coming through. It's dropped the 15 Jade Buford all the way to the back of the GS field, although just about hanging onto the lead lap. And I'm told by Joe Bradley that wasn't a drive-through, that was a long stop for the 75. My apologies. 4 minutes and 35 seconds in the 75 car. So confirmed that was a drive-through for the 15 that we saw early on, and we'll try and get to the bottom of why that penalty was assessed. Till Bechtolsheimer takes the lead and stretching away now immediately by 1 second back to Matchevin, who's gone through in second place, and Cameron Castle's now down to third. Chris Hall will have a little look there. Meantime, in ST, Eric Voss has got Spencer Pumpelly in his wheel tracks. That's a battle for 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, moving up the field now, those two, and as you say, well inside the top 10 and striving forward as well.
So Till Bechtolsheimer with a raft of very impressive laps. He's 59.0 last time around, but a couple of 56s and a 57 there has taken him to the lead. It's his driving as well that has been impressive.
Yeah.
So we are moving down towards the last 2.25 hours here at Daytona International Speedway. It's the opening round of the IMSA Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge, the BMW Endurance Challenge here at Daytona. And Till Bechtolsheimer has got the CJ Wilson Racing Porsche at the head of the field and is now trying to set sail. Dylan Matchevin, a slide and a spin almost for the 99 car. That's Rob Eklund Jr. I was just building him up, 5th position, but he somehow managed to hang on to that. That was on the lock stops as far as the steering was concerned. He got help. He got a huge amount of help, and what a save that was, as Russell Ward it was who rather unceremoniously hit the back of that Aston Martin, completely missing his braking point. And a fabulous save then by Rob Eklund Jr., who lost 3 positions there. And I'll take that back immediately. It wasn't Russell Ward, it was Kyle Marcelli in the 21 car, in the Muller Motorsports car. My apologies to Russell Ward. And Marcelli, I'm sure, will be having that looked at by the driving standards. So now we are counting down this race. Action going on as the 35 of Russell Ward has Jesse Lazaire in the 69 McLaren trying to make a move. In the ST category, Owen Trinkler has behind him 3 cars, the 81 BMW and the 25. Meantime, Cameron Castles in the 12 car had been the leader. Coming down the pit lane, and the body motion pit is at Jim Roller's end. And here's our Continental Tire pit lane report.
That's the squeal of the brakes as the Porsche comes to a stop in front of us. The number 12 car, it'll be a driver change. Trent Hinman getting in, Cameron Castles getting out. Castles and that crew stayed out, as you said, John, and that gave them a great advantage, but they were eaten alive by the draft when the 28 and the McLaren got together, and now, and the 33, Darth Kamen, and now they're going to have to battle back. They are off strategy with everybody else at this point. As Jeremy said, they've got a couple of pit stops remaining. There'll be this one and probably one more. I suspect that if we get a late caution, that's what they're looking for. They're kind of banking on that in their race strategy. 4 tire change, driver change, everything seems routine. A little bit of a slow front left tire change on this one, as we remarked earlier. A lot of these teams learning each other, learning these new cars, and remembering how to make their pit stops seem a little bit more flawless.
Yeah, that's. He should be able to get the tyres done before the fuel is finished. Finally got the answer, and thanks to everyone who's tweeted this. Pit lane speeding violation, pit limit plus 5 miles an hour for the 15 car, and that is what brought them back along pit lane. So Till Bexelsteimer now has broken the toe of Dylan Matchevin. 1.4 seconds at the head of the field. Chris Hall in 3rd position. Let's head back down to Jim Roller, who has Cameron Castles.
Fresh out of the number 12 Porsche, Cameron Castles. That was a great first stint and a little bit of a strategy play on your guys' part, not coming in during the caution.
Yeah, these guys are brilliant at body motion. I mean, put together a fantastic team. Cars running great. Continental tires are holding up really well. I mean, brilliant call. To be honest, I was looking forward to coming in. First time ever at this track. Had a ride out there, but yeah, brilliant call by the boys.
Now you're done for the day. Will Trent take it to the checkered flag?
I can't tell you that.
Sure you can. It's just you and me.
Yeah, no, we'll see.
All right, well, good luck. There you go. Being a little cheeky, John.
Yeah, we'll
yes,
slap
can
that
be
out.
well, I'm afraid.
Yes, we'll slap that out of him by the end of the season. Thank you, Jim. Jim Roller and Cameron Castles there. A little twinkle in the eye, I believe, of Cameron there. You can hear the smile on his face. I'm afraid it's not been a bad day for Compass 360. The C360R Audi S3 heads back to the paddock area, having already had problems with the 76 McLaren. That car well down the order. Remember, it stopped on the formation lap. Fuel problems on the Audi this morning that precluded that car from getting out in its final session, effectively the warm-up before the race, and something we've not seen from that car in the past. That car was pretty close on 100% reliable when they ran 2 of them last year, those 2 little Audis. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, change there for 2nd place now in ST. Owen Trinkler has just turned the best lap for that car. And is it the best lap of the race? Not quite, because Connor Bloom set the fastest lap of the race. No, he didn't. Pierre Klein-Newbing did before that. But a very good lap there by Owen Trinkler, 2:04.915. It was about a second quicker than the race leader, Derek Jones, in the Mini car number 73. But Owen Trinkler now found his way past Mike Lamara on that last lap. But right looming in his mirrors very soon is going to be Eric Foss, because he's got Spencer Pompelli right in his mirrors as well. They've both got past Devin Jones on that last lap, and Ari Balog in the number 81 BMW. So the 2 Porsche Caymans currently 4th and 5th in ST, number 56 and number 17, Eric Foss and Spencer Pompelli. They're on the move forward, but so is Owen Trinkler in that 2nd place now, purple Nissan Altima.
Hearing that the number 35 has had a drive-through. Russell Ward, in just his 6th race, has gone through the pit lane, and
sure that wasn't the contact.
Rejoined. Okay. Well, Russell Ward has been charged with responsibility for an on-course incident, so maybe it was you should always go with your first thought. I thought it was Russell Ward to start with, and then when I saw the position of the cars behind, I thought Kyle Marcelli was the next car back, but he may have been able to take that position. So apologies to Kyle then. I've apologised to both people who either were or weren't involved. There was an incident, and poor Rob Eklund Jr. was the unwitting recipient of something slightly more than a love tap that sent his Aston Martin sideways. He's now fought his way back to 6th position, and Russell Ward is given the drive-through. Now that wouldn't have been on my say, so I should say it. Leaders absolutely together as they come down to the fastest parts of the circuit underneath us into the braking area. And these guys, do you know, I'm just going to throw this out here, Jeremy. There was no attempt there by Dylan McEvan to go by, and he was in position to have a go. They are pulling away from Chris Hall in the number 7 McLaren, that bright fluorescent yellow and dark grey machine, and now have 5 seconds. I wonder if there's an element of those two just working together, two cars drafting around the speedway sections, because he's not challenging at the moment. Meantime in ST, we've got a tremendous battle between Owen Trinkler and Derek Jones, and Trinkler seems to have just put the Mini behind him. And that would be a change of lead there, and confirmation visually on the banking as the bright pink Nissan Altima is coming down towards us now. No, Derek Jones is ahead, then it's Trinkler battling with Mike Lamara, and at the moment Derek Jones is in behind the BMW of Tyler Cook, I believe, the 84 car, and can't get by him. The battle for second and third absolutely together. Coming through the infield now.
Where's Trent Hinman?
Trent Hinman has just got back out, 14th position. Comes out.
Yeah, it's at the tail end of the lead lap.
What do you reckon of this thought then, that these guys are drafting? Well, as I say that, of course, now he may have just been a little bit too close, but there's been no attempt at all for any passing from Dylan McEvan in the last few laps, and he and Till Bechtelschleimer have pulled out the better part of 3.5–4 seconds, and in fact now 5.2 seconds on Chris Hall last time around.
Yeah, you can save a little bit of fuel if you tuck it behind them. They're fairly close to much, obviously.
Yeah, true.
Pretty much identical cars. They're both 2016 specification, i.e. grandfather GS spec Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sports. And Till Bechtelschleimer did a really nice job there. He was turning consistent lap times and good lap times as well. His last lap was only a 10th slower than his best lap in this race, as we see number 15 car onto pit lane. I don't think that's on schedule, is it? Is it?
Paul will tell us that in a moment or two's time. The 28 car, remember, isn't the same car. That's an MR.
Which car?
The 28.
Oh, he is. You're right.
Yeah, that is it. So that is those are the two different versions. 15 car back in along pit lane for Jade Buford. That is at Joe Bradley's end of things. Joseph.
Yes. Yes, it is. However, I have got to climb over the pit wall to get into and over the concrete wall. The 15 car is in, as you described. Looks like just tyres going on. Now, it wasn't that long ago that this car was in. You remember me describing and also getting a chance to speak to Scott Maxwell about the damage at the front of this car that was being rectified. New tyres went on then, and you guys will be able to tell me how many laps that car has done on those tyres, but not very many would be my estimation.
No, it pitted on lap 39. We're now on lap 51, so it's only done a dozen laps, and included that that pit stop shortly after the restart for a drive-through penalty for exceeding the speed limit in that pit lane. But certainly they shouldn't have needed a stop right now for anything, fuel or tyres. So that's interesting. We've got
only 11,
just over 2 hours remaining.
Yeah, only 11 laps for that 15 car, including the drive-through. Thank you, Paul. So battle at the front of the field continuing with the...
Side by side they were there.
And that looks a change of lead down into the first corner as Dylan McEvan goes through until Bechtelschleimer will be able to square off the corner, maybe get the power on earlier, and they've got the 65 Porsche right ahead of them. Brent Morsing diving down the inside, and there is the 15 car falling off the lead lap, Jeremy. Significant there as the two Porsches go through. Jade Buford has lost the lead lap then, as the two Porsches battling for the lead. Bechtolsheimer in the number 33 falls down to second position.
Yeah, I don't think he'll stay lap down for very long, certainly. But
well, these guys have got a pit stop. Although he's well out of schedule on the pit stop. Joe Bradley's down there, and we'll find out why. Just 11 laps for that 15 car in a moment, because that clearly was not a tactical ploy. And Joe Bradley,
flat tyre.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I kind of thought the way the mechanics took the tyres off and then kind of hit them off the concrete pit wall to kind of measure how much air was in them. They don't usually do that. They just usually throw the wheels behind the wall. But I've confirmed that out of the horse's mouth. Scott Maxwell tells me car being brought in for flat tyre.
Meantime, in ST, change of second position as Eric Voss has gone through in the 56. The orange came in, so at 73 Mini, Derek Jones by 4 seconds to Eric Voss in the 56 car. Owen Trinkler just a tenth of a second behind in third position. Then Mike Lamara in the second of the JCW Mini. Spencer Pumpelly in the 17. The Porsche Cayman making up the top 6. Devin Jones in the 31 Porsche.
Yeah, so lots of battling going on there in ST. And meanwhile, Till Bechtolsheimer, he might have lost the lead, but he's just turned his best lap of the race. At 157.4 on the previous lap as they come across here now to complete lap 53, and it is Dylan Matchevern who leads then in car number 28, having just got past Till Bechtolsheimer. A gap now of about 6.5 seconds back to the super battle going on for third place. And Chris Hall just edged away a little bit from Jesse Lazare, who's taken the wheel of that car number 69. He's taken over that car from Chris Green. Those two drivers from Montreal, Quebec, running now in the fourth position then in 69, ahead of Kyle Marcelli, another Ontario Canadian in car number 21. He is right in the mix of that as well in car number 21. So just a little over 2 hours remaining in this race. Johnny Palmer has joined us in the booth as John Handel takes a bit of a break. Johnny,
yeah.
Great race unfolding here.
Isn't it just? And I've been just about keeping tabs on it. Obviously, trips from Marion's to our commentary box just to get the sound of the cars, but also for the first time in my visits to Daytona, very few indeed, but this is the third time I've been here. Never actually been up to Speedway turn 3 and 4 and stood on the inside of that bend, and great to see the cars come through there, fresh from the bus stop chicane, of course. Plenty of overtaking and drafting taking place through that section as they work their way round to turn 4 and then on to the tri-oval. So fascinating to watch the race from ground level there. And as you say, we're about to hit the 2-hour marker. So that's the reason for a little bit of a shift change in the commentary box, although Jeremy Shaw doing the duration, as is Paul Truswell. And we have Jim Roller and Joe Bradley parading the pits, bringing us all the stories as far as that's concerned as well. So we'll have 54 laps done and dusted. 1.2 seconds is the gap from first to second in Grand Sport, the GS category. Let's get a word then with Jim Roller, first of all.
Well, we're standing by, Johnny, for abrasive BMW mini pit stops, but in comes the body in motion, number 31, Devin Jones, I believe, behind the wheel of that car. 4 tires, fuel, no driver change. The right side tires are done. They're working on the left side tires now. The stop is going pretty well, and it takes a little bit longer to fuel these Porsches. Fueling is done, tires are done. He's back on his way.
Very good. Quick turnaround there and straight back out into the live lane of the pit lane. So 1.3 seconds of gap, as I say, from the 28 Porsche, and then the Till Bechtolsheimer driven 33 Porsche. 0.3 of a second now after 2 hours of racing. Fabulous stuff. Chris Hall is a further 7.2 seconds back then. Where are these two Porsches, Jeremy, on the racetrack? They are coming out of 4, onto the back straight is that. Just peering to...
Yeah, heading down into the bus stop chicane. There's Chris Hall coming off NASCAR 1 and 2. So yeah, the race leaders just headed out of the bus stop and closing in again to put another lap, not too far behind now the top half dozen in ST. There are currently 2 laps down, leading ST and heading into turn 1 now with a much reduced. In fact, we've got a new leader. As the race leader in ST is onto pit lane. The 2 minis. Derek Jones has brought 73, the class leader, onto pit lane, stops and on his marks.
Jim Roller's there.
Jones does stop on his marks, Jeremy, and he'll swap over for Matt Pumbo. The 73 car, fueling going on in the back. The 37 car is also in. Driver change going on that car. They have come in together very smart, and when you leave, you'll have a drafting partner when you get back up on the banking, and it's a lot easier to get back up to full speed when you've got that drafting partner. So these 2 cars coming in together, doing their pit stops very well choreographed. Left side tires going on now on the 73 car, your race leader. Derek Jones slams the door and gives a thumbs up to Matt Pumbo. Fueling is almost done. The 37 car, the 73 car is now down off its jacks. 37 car is coming down off its jacks. 73 is away, and 37 should be leaving shortly.
These ST cars not stopping at the last yellow, so that's the reason why they need to take on fuel now. And as Jim says, the second Mini very quickly away as well. And Jim now can speak to Derek Jones.
Derek, that was a great first stint. You brought the Mini in out of the lead. Congratulations. What was it like out there?
It was great. Our car was performing flawlessly. Honestly, got to thank Mini USA, JCW team. We got the best crew out here, LAP Motorsports. The Continental tires were holding up on the car today, and it was just beautiful. Just kept on going out there and laying them down. So,
looks like you got a little bit more speed out of the Mini on the banking this year than you guys did last year. What's different?
Nothing really. I mean, honestly, it's our handling coming out of the bus stop. So we kind of struggle when we go from 5th to 6th with the other cars. The Caymans got a much better aero than us. So if there's a car we can run with, we can stay in the draft and go with it. But if we're leading the draft, it's a little hard for us. But overall, the car was amazing. So
now you guys pitted together. Is that because of the draft or when you go back out?
Really just timing. We wanted to, we're going off fuel strategy now. So wanted to make it so that the second drivers didn't have too long to drive.
So more about back timing the race than staying together.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, the Minis turned around swiftly and they return to the race, of course, pitting from the lead. So that leaves Eric Foss out front in the 56 Porsche. 53 laps done for the car that's driven by Eric right now. That's the leading ST class car. Spencer Pampelli, though, just 0.8 of a second off Foss's tail. And Owen Trinkler making the top 3 in street tuner class. The 44 Nissan running in 3rd, another 0.8 of a second away. So those top 3 very tightly bunched.
That's right, and then a big gap back to Andrew Carbonell in the number 26 Freedom Autosport Mazda. He made his pit stop a little while ago. And the other 2 team cars, number 25 and 27, came in last time around at the same time as those 2 Minis, one of which had been leading, the other one had been running in the top 5 as well. So it's been a really, really great performance by Mini JCW today. As you say, Luis Pericarpi at LAP Motorsports, the former long-time IndyCar chief mechanic, crew chief, and he also runs some Baja cars. He's, you name it, Luis does it.
A moment there for the number 68 McLaren, which this was coming out of turn 2 and into the International Horseshoe, and the white McLaren then stops on its marks where it should, it looks like, but there's going to be a touch. Yes, there is a touch with the 88 Porsche on its inside, went for a move. It wasn't really on there, and the door slammed in his face. Unfortunately, the 68 car trying to turn in where the apex should have been, gets pitched around, but very quickly rejoined, so not a huge amount of time lost there. By the way, the number 26 car did stop at the last yellow, so has a little more fuel now than its rival. And by the way, if we stay green, just a note from Paul Truswell, the overall leaders in GS will need to take more fuel on in about 10 minutes time. Tell us about the battle for the lead then, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous. I mean, they've been side by side for much of the last couple of laps. They're virtually side by side across start-finish line. It's now Till Beckensheim who's retaken the lead in car number 33 down in turn 1. A really good move down there. They were separated by .051 which is, well, much less than a Porsche Cayman GT4 club length, car length coming across start-finish line. Nothing between those two. They got up a gap of about 7.5 seconds now over Chris Hall in that number 7 Volt Lighting Automatic Racing McLaren. It's the best of the McLarens, but looming close behind Chris now are both Jesse Lazare in number 69 Motion in Racing McLaren and number 21 Mueller Motorsport Porsche Cayman of Kyle Marcelli.
So really close battle in the GS class, equally so though in Street Tuner, with the 56 and 17 car nose to tail as they started this lap, separated by I think 35 thousandths of a second. It's opened up to a whole 4 tenths now as they've reached the end of the first sector on lap 55. But Eric Foss and Spencer Pompelli putting on a cracking show here. The 56 car then from Murillo Racing just about in front, but it is narrow margins. And same goes for GS as well. So you're going to have one eye out the GS battle and the other eye pointed in an entirely different direction, picking at the ST class. An hour and 53.5 minutes to go. With, as you say, Till Bechtelsheimer now in front, making that move on lap 57. Chris Hall reeling those cars in. 6.2 seconds is now the gap. That was a second larger last time I checked. Jesse Lazare is 0.8 of a second off the back of Chris as well. Turn 1.
Side by side, the two leaders coming out of turn 1. This time it's Dylan Matchevin who regains the advantage. Tremendous battle for the lead in overall in GS. The two Porsche Cayman, slightly different specifications on those cars, but Till Bechtelsheimer and Dylan Matchevin just going back and forth and really enjoying their racing here this afternoon at Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, BMW just ahead of them, the bright yellow Beamer, which obviously has to occupy some part of the track. This might be an opportunity for the leaders to overlap again. This is Till Bechtelsheimer then on the outside of the second hairpin. No opportunity to get by there, but the problem for the race leader now is that Dylan can't get by the BMW in a hurry, can now find a way up the inside out of turn 6, but Bechtelsheimer right with the race leader as they head up onto the banking for the 59th time. And they've now managed to get by the BMW, which is good to see. The 75 car has returned to the race. Let's get a little more on that from Jim Roller.
He's been having issues the whole race, went back behind the wall all the way back to the garage area a little while ago. He's just come back out after some repairs. We'll try and find out just what the real problem is. The car had fuel pump problems this morning in that session number 5, and it has not been right the entire day.
Yeah, this is the brand new Audi S3 from C360 Racing. Roy Bloch and Pierre Kleinubing, the driver combination. Argentinian and Brazilian originally, although Roy Bloch now lives in Florida. And yeah, that fuel supply problem for the Audi has been a real issue, and clearly it's been having those hiccups ever since the start of the race as well. A couple of Porsches deciding to, rather a McLaren and a Porsche deciding to pit on this lap.
That's the third and fourth place cars,
So
third and fifth place cars that were coming into this lap. Number 7 and number 21.
Chris Hall and Kyle Marcelli.
Marcelli, yep.
No,
Marcelli.
It is, okay, that's the American pronunciation rather
It's
than
his
the
pronunciation.
rather than the Italian. Okay.
Yeah, he's Canadian. Yeah.
Fine, Marcelli, thank you.
Yep.
And the 5th and 6th place cars then are coming to a halt, and Jim Roller's right there.
Marcelli and Hall come to a stop. Hall first. Marcelli goes by in the 21 car. Bonnet goes up. They do the fueling. They lift the bonnet to do the fueling on the number 21 Porsche. That's different systems for a couple of these Porsches. Some lift the bonnet. Some have actually got the quick release so that they don't have to lift the bonnet. The McLaren is fueling. Looks like they've got tires out, but have not done a tire change. Tire change for the 21 for sure, and no driver changes at this point.
Thank you, Jim. So quite a busy time in the pits right now, with 3 or 4 cars deciding to come in during, obviously, green flag period now. We've had that for a little while, so these cars running almost dry before they get a whole more tank of fuel, because we're expecting at least, I mean, how long can these cars run on a full tank, Jeremy? That's a question for Paul Truswell.
Round about an hour.
Okay, so we're expecting after these stops for the cars we've just witnessed doing stops, 1 more to go.
Absolutely.
At the very least, and that's if we stay green, which will be a tough ask. We're still at 3 cautions so far in the race.
Yes.
Okay.
Including the first one. 1, 2, 3, yep.
Including the first one would always be good.
Yes.
Okay,
well,
so
yeah, it was the beginning of the race, wasn't it? So.
Yes. I'm with you. I was in the booth for that, but
Yeah.
it seems a long time ago. Yes, that's right. There was a car slow on the parade lap, and just as the caution came out, it then speeded up. Typical.
Yeah, and here is the 3rd place car in ST making its pit stop. This on a slightly different strategy, remember, than everybody else. Owen Trinkler brings that number 44 Nissan Altima onto pit lane.
And Jim's right there again.
The little pink Ultima, comes to a stop. The number 44 car. Now Owen is going to stay in the car. The rear deck goes up so they can fuel the car. Remember, these production-based cars, a lot of them don't have the opening, so they either have to lift up the bonnet to fuel that way, like they do on some of the Porsches, or, as with the Minis and the Nissan, they have to lift the rear deck, the trunk, for lack of a better term, because that's where the fuel cell is, and that's where the fueling is done. All 4 tires going to be changed, but Owen's going to stay behind the wheel of this car. Tires are done. As soon as the fueling's done, he'll be back on his way.
So the 2nd place car, Till Bechtelsheimer, as we've mentioned, in the 33 Porsche, and it's been pointed out to me that Till has been at the wheel of that car since the start. So we're well over half distance now. Is that a kind of usual? I mean, it's not a usual race because it's a good while since we've had a 4-hour race in the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. But do we see, one member of a crew having well over half the race distance in this championship regularly?
Yeah, different teams play strategies in different ways. Certainly, I mean, Till's been doing an excellent. This is by far his best performance in these cars. He didn't.
And I suppose if you're in the groove, then
absolutely,
why break that?
Yeah, it's been a tremendous drive by Till. Bechtelsheimer. Mark Miller, a lot more experience who will take over from Till for the final stint in this race. But look, he's been turning laps the same time. He's going faster and faster. He turned his best lap of the race on lap. It doesn't say on here actually. It doesn't say it on here. But anyhow, it was on lap. It was about 6 or 7 laps ago that Till turned his best laps of the race. So he's really in the groove, driving a really good job, being consistent, battling back and forth. Hey, he's having fun as well, let's face it. So keep him out there. If he continues to do a good job like this, just wait until the car needs fuel and then bring him in. It's still going to need 1 more pit stop after this next one by Till Bechtelsheimer. But it's been a great run by him, and Dylan Matchman also, who's running in the lead of this race. Dylan Matchman too, he's not got a great deal of experience. Raced last year only, he did 4 races last season, but that was all in this championship, so it's been a really, really good run by him.
There are 2 other cars, Jeremy, that have still got the same driver in them as they had at the start of the race. Number 38, which is James Cox, running in 6th place overall, and just behind him, Russell Ward in number 35. Those 2 cars also with the same driver since the very start of the race. And in some ways, as you say, you kind of get yourself into the groove. Why bother changing if you just bring the car in for fuel when it needs the fuel?
Yeah, plus those 2 are paying the bills. So, so yeah, they're going to do the lion's share of the race. Jim Cox, a local guy here, another guy really making his first professional start for that number 38 team for BGB Racing, also making its return to this series as well. And it'll be the much more experienced driver John Teesey who will take over from Jim Cox when he finally brings that car into the pit lane. But you're absolutely right.
It isn't going to be far away now for that leading group now. I've had 45 minutes of green flag running, so we are getting very close to a scheduled set of pit stops. The
Rod,
top 6 cars all on the same schedule, having stopped at the last yellow.
Rod Randall brings the 68 McLaren in. Tyres, fuel and driver change being done on that. But the 28 car is in and Jim Roller's right with it.
Dylan Murcott will get into the number 28 car, which is showing a little bit of damage. It's got a big black tire smudge on the left rear fender along with some dents. Now, you remember earlier when they pitted during the caution, it was fuel only, no tires or driver. This time it will be a driver change. McHaven will get out of the car. Murcott gets in, 4 tires and fuel. This is one of the MR cars. This one does have the quick connect, so they don't have to lift the hood, and that helps with the pit stops. Fueling is done, right side front tire is done. Car will go down off the jacks and be back on its way.
Yeah, that's actually the second driver change, I think, on that car, Jim. It was Dylan Murcott who started the race and had a good stint, and then Dylan Matcherburn has just done a really good middle portion of the race, and now it'll be Dylan Murcott back in again to
Dylan
finish
with a Y.
it. Yeah, Dylan with a Y, that's right.
As opposed to Dylan with an I. So, okay, they switch around again. Murcott back at the wheel of the RS1 Cayman in full GT4 spec. And the complexion of the race changes very slightly again, with Till Beckelsheimer now on his own to a certain extent out front. 6.2 seconds. Can't afford to relax though, of course, because as this race unfolds, then Beckelsheimer will probably find Dylan Murcott again in the other Porsche before we reach the end of this race. Back to Jim Roller in the pits.
I'm not a very good speller, so I'm just going to go McHaven out, Murcott in. Both Dylans, of course, but spelled differently. How was that stint for you?
It was great. You know, we really worked on long-term durability with these Continental tires since the Roar. And that's exactly what we got out there. We were just doing smooth, consistent laps, trying to keep our pace. Yeah, it couldn't have gone better.
Now, it looked like you and the 33 were spending a little bit of time drafting together. You spent about 6 laps, nose to tail. Looked like you had a couple shots to go by him, and you didn't. Were you staying back there purposely to use the draft?
Like I said, it's a 4-hour race, so we don't need to do anything crazy right now. We know we have the speed, and honestly, just trying to save gas, tires, and brakes to make it till that last hour.
All right, are you done, or are you back in one more time?
I'm not sure. I'll probably get in for the last little fuel stop there, because I think we're going to need 5 stops to finish it out.
All right, well, good luck. Let's go up pit road to Joe.
Yeah, the 33 car is in, the Porsche's in. It's Bertelsschneimer that has gotten out, and his teammate, Mark Miller, has gotten in. The car, as you can hear in the background, is already on its way, so very, very swift here at CJ Wilson Racing. And when Till gets his helmet off, we'll grab a word and just get some insight as to just how exciting it was out there. It certainly was exciting for us watching it. Let's see how just exciting it was for him.
Yeah, so the 33 car pitting from the lead. We had the 69 in from, was that third
Second place.
Second place,
yeah,
okay.
moved up to second as a result of number 7 car coming in a couple of laps earlier, so it's running in second place.
But at the moment, so whilst we cycle through these pit stops, that leaves Nico Ronde out front in the 77 McLaren.
Yeah, and I would expect that car to be on pit lane fairly soon as well.
Yeah.
What's
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, what's significant here is that the longer you can stay out, the more there is a chance of a safety car coming, I suppose. But also, it's meaning that the shorter your pit stop can be when you get into the next pit stop, because you'll need less fuel to get yourself to the finish. So as we see the cars that can stay out a little bit longer, so we're seeing those that perhaps have the advantage.
So Till Beckelsheimer, former race leader, into the pits, out of the car, and with Joe Bradley.
And first of all, Till, can I shake your hand? Because that was fantastic to watch. How great was it to be out there competing like that?
It's great. It's amazing to have, 4-hour race. You get so much more time in the car, especially as a starting driver. So allowed me to really settle into it and have some really good dices with a bunch of guys out there. So it was a ton of fun.
Was there a lot of cooperation out there? Were you guys aware that it was actually quicker to circulate and what they call bump draft here at Daytona?
Well, I think on the straightaways, the Porsches are a little bit slower than the McLarens and the Mustangs. So it was one of those, if you got stuck in traffic and lost your toe from the car ahead, it was really hard work to catch up again. But Yeah, it was working well. If you could get behind them, you could get the quicker top speed and then hang with them, or be quicker than them on the infield, and so worked out nicely.
I think we may have broken the chain now, however. Is that going to affect lap times considerably now that the car's out circulating it? So we've broken the chain from you guys drafting with one another. Is that going to have a massive effect on your lap times?
Yeah, I think it will do. I think we're probably a few miles per hour fast on the straightaway because of it. So, you know, I think for sure it'll make probably half a second.
As much as that. Thanks, Dill. Great stuff. Really enjoyed that, as did everyone, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, thankfully we got Paul Trustwell here and Jeremy indeed to let us know that he'd been in the car for such a long time. But as you say, he was getting quicker and quicker, and probably pulled from the car, kicking and screaming, wanted to stay on board for at least another hour. But it seemed like a wise decision that for the team to keep him in there whilst he had the rhythm, Paul.
And a quick pit stop as well, Johnny, for that car. It did have the driver change, although the screen's still showing a special timer at the wheel. But 1 minute and 34 seconds was all it took to do the driver change, which if you compare with the stop just behind for Jesse Lazaire, 1 minute 39 seconds, 5 seconds longer than that, or 1 minute 42 for the number 54 Stephen Simpson pit stop. So a good quick pit stop there for the number 33 car, now taken over by Mark Miller.
And Nico Rondet in the car number 77 continues to lead. He's due a pit stop, going to be fairly soon. That McLaren showing really good fuel economy at this stage. Even as long as he stretches it, he's still not going to be able to get to the finish without making one more pit stop. But as has just been pointed out by Paul Trustwell, when he does make his final fuel stop, it will be for less fuel than the other guy, so it will be a little bit quicker. So, well, again, all these strategies playing out on a beautiful afternoon here at Daytona.
Interesting thought there, Jeremy. The last stop for that 77 car was a slightly longer one. Admittedly, it was under yellow, but I just wonder if they did something in that pit stop, spent slightly longer in the pits, but have, as a result, got better fuel consumption out of the car. The car that didn't stop, remember, at that last yellow was the number 12 car, the Body Motion Racing Porsche Cayman, and of course that car is then going to take the lead when the Rondet car eventually does come in.
And that's right, number 12 car, that came in, didn't stop on the previous caution, but did come in a few laps later to make its pit stop, because to make sure that that Cameron Castles had completed his 45-minute minimum. Correct. Then he brought that car in kind of as early as they could, so running a slightly different strategy. But now Trent Hinman, who is up into second place now behind Nico Rondet, and as you say, will presumably take the lead when that number 77 car comes onto pit lane. They're running a completely different strategy to everybody else in that Body Motion car number 12.
But they'll still both have to make one more pit stop.
Indeed, yeah.
A sorry sight to see the 75 Audi S3.
Number 12 car.
Audi S3 going back behind the wall, I'm afraid, and back into the Conti area of the paddock, the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge, occupying another area of the paddock this weekend from the main garages where the WeatherTech cars are based. So, yeah, 75 with further problems, I'm afraid. Probably an extension of the earlier issues with the fuel supply. Nico Rondet has come down pit road. This is the 77 car then. Found its way to the lead because of the many cars ahead of the Frenchman pitting. And this is the McLaren. Who else have we got on pit road? The 38 Porsche as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, so we've finally got the leader, and there goes Trent Hinman across the line, yeah, to take over the lead of the race as Nico Rondet finally brings that number 77 car for C360R, Compass 360 Racing onto pit lane.
Yeah, your point is right, though, Jeremy. Of course, the number 12 will have to make 2 more pit stops because Trent Hinman doesn't have enough fuel to get to a point where he'll then be able to make his stop and go on. He'll be able to get to around about 2:45 hours into the race, but that won't then give him enough to get to the end. It'll be a splash, but it will be a quick splash and go, yeah. And we'll just have to see how that pans out. Of course, it may all be driven by if and when we get another full course yellow, because that will kind of shape the dice for the 2 different strategies that we're seeing at play here.
Pit stop, as we mentioned, for the 77 McLaren, and Joe Bradley watched it.
Yeah, very clinical, very clean. Tyres, fuel, driver, and it's already back out on its way, Johnny.
Thank you. Didn't think that there was a problem there because it was so rapid. The 30H, by the way, came in, but it was for a drive-through rather than a stop.
Yeah, that's a shame because that car had been running really well. John Teesey at the wheel of that car now, having taken over after that 2.5-hour stint by Jim Cox. But that's going to cost him dearly. A drive-through penalty here costs you probably around about 45 seconds, I think, just to drive all the way down the pit lane, and then that tricky pit lane exit, you lose a lot of track time.
Yes, good point. Which is fine when everyone's having to come in for a pit stop, but when you have to do the extra drive-through, it is very, very costly indeed. 3 cars absolutely together coming down from the tri-oval banking and into turn 1. Never gets, oh, and a spin for the Aston Martin. That's the yellow and blue car rather. Thankfully, I was looking at that car as it actually spun. We've got more action on the pit road, though, Jeremy.
Indeed, the 2 ST leaders now are onto pit lane. This is their 64th lap being completed by number 56 car, led the way in. That is Eric Foss. He took over from Jeff Mosing at the beginning of the race, and Spencer Papelli came in right behind him, and actually he's moved his pit stop. It's farther down pit lane, but Spencer Papelli, number 17 car, also onto pit lane, the 2 Porsche Caymans.
And here's Jim Roller.
Routine stop. Spencer took over from Nick Gallant in the previous pit stop. This time he'll stay in the car. 4-tire change, fuel going in. They're done with the left side, the right side tires. And now they're finishing up the left. The rear tire change is a little bit behind, cleaning the windshield, and he'll be back on his way.
Thank you. And the Aston Martin, by the way, the 09 Aston Martin, no touch as far as I can tell between the 25 and the 09. It turned in at the usual point, but the back end was lost there at turn 1. And actually, the pursuing car did really, really well to avoid that spinning Aston Martin, which is back in the race, the Invisible Glass sponsored car. More news from Jim Roller.
Interesting, the Spencer was able to beat the Mosing Foss car 56 out of the pits. I think Jeremy pointed out he came in behind him. He'll leave with about 0.2 of a second lead.
0.2 of a second is vast compared to some of the other margins I've seen in this race to this point. Trent Hidman now then leads the race, lap 68. It's the 12 Porsche out front for the moment, with this 13.7 second lead over Mark Miller, Dylan Murcott and Jade Buford. So the cars that we have seen at the front end of the field working their way back as the rest of the pit stops cycle through. And Mark Miller, I reckon it's going to be, we're still expecting Trent to in, are we, at some point in the 12?
Yeah, not for a little while yet.
Okay.
What do you think?
What do you reckon, Paul Trustwell, the 12 car?
He's done 21 laps now.
Yeah, exactly. So you'll be expecting him to be getting up towards 29 or 30 laps of green flag running. So another 8 or 9 laps for the race leader number 12. Just going back to that battle in the ST class, Spencer Pumpelli's pit stop 7 seconds quicker than the car number 56 Eric Foss. So that was the reason, as Jim described it, why those two swapped around in the pit stop. 7 seconds was saved during the pit stop by Spencer Pumpelli and the team of the number 17 car.
That's right, and that's reflected out on the racetrack now, because Spencer's got a pretty good lead, although he's got a battle there now, I think, with Matt Pomber. Where's Andrew Carbonell in car number 26? That's him coming off turn 4 now. He's on, again, a different strategy. He was a long way behind in that little Mazda MX-5, doing a good job having taken over from Liam Dwyer's number 6 car stopped down the pit lane.
No, that's on the main racetrack, and it's dipped below the line, ground to a halt, and trying to work out exactly where that is. Is that 2 or 4?
Yeah, really.
Speedway turn 2 with the airport behind.
Yes.
That's got to be 2 then, sure. Or 3.
No, it's 2.
It is 2. Okay. Yeah. Yes, you're right. As the return from 6 through turns 1 and 2 of the main oval, and it's not going to trouble the racing line, but race control are well aware of that car and whether it may need to be recovered. Here's Jim Roller again from the pit lane for another quick update.
Fantastic battle continues out there. Spencer Papelli and the number 73 Mini. Spencer and the number 17 Porsche side by side all the way down the front straightaway and into turn 1. That's a great battle that's shaping up.
Okay, we'll keep our eye on that then, with Spencer Pumpelly right with the car in front. And yeah, 19 thousandths of a second was the gap between second and third as they crossed the line at the start of this lap. An hour and a half still to go then in round one of the Continental Tire SportsCar Championship Challenge, rather, the BMW Challenge for this weekend, the Endurance Challenge at Daytona International Speedway. A 4-hour race, don't forget. This is the first time we've been 4-hour racing for a long, long time in this particular competition. And very much welcome from the teams and drivers. The Mini with the replaced hood making its way out of turn 2 there. Busy at the bus stop as well. That daunting section of left-right, right-left corners. Trent Hidman continues to lead on lap 70. Gap between Matt Pombo and Spencer Pumpelly now is 0.4 of a second. They are in the middle sector. And Pombo just going through now. Pumpelly right behind. BMW in 4th place, starting to trouble the Porsche though as well. And Eric Foss right with them too.
And here's Andrew Carbonell, who'd taken over the lead in the number 26 Mazda. Doesn't have the same pace as the Caymans at the front of the field here at Daytona. Those cars will be quick on most of the other tracks on the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge schedule, but the long straightaways here don't suit that little Mazda. But it's been a really good run by Andrew Carbonell, had a couple of laps in the lead, and now he brings that car onto pit lane for Freedom Autosport to take over, and that would allow Matt Pombo to resume the lead. Remember, Matt was leading before the latest round of pit stops. He came in to make his stop on lap 52, whereas Spencer Pumpelly stopped on lap 64, so 11-lap differential between those two pit stops. I think the number 56 car might well be able to reach the finish without making another stop. I'm not sure about number 73 Mini.
We've gone caution now. Gone caution because now, Paul Truswell, any ideas? You were mentioning the fact that we got
probably that car over there.
I suspect it's because they haven't been able to move that Cayman out there on the bottom, the apron, as it were, of the turn 1 banking.
We've given Shane Lewis an awful long time to try and sort that problem out, and that's what IMSA and the officials will try to do to make sure that it's not just a temporary fault. The 26 little Mazda MX-5 has been in and out, and that seemed to be very much a routine stop. You can hear the engine in the background. That's the raspy little Mazda MX-5 power plant then, with the H-pattern gearbox. And another reminder of quite how tight the pit lane exit is here, together with that kink that we were referring to in earlier sessions on IMSA Radio. Paul.
Yeah, this is going to be the critical point, isn't it, to decide what you're going to do on the strategy, because if you do come in now on this safety car, which it makes a lot of sense to do, you're going to need to stop again before the end of the race. So yes, you can come in, it makes sense to, but you're going to have to stop again anyway.
Yeah.
But it's going to put everybody on the same strategy. So the difference that we had with the body motion car that wasn't on the same strategy, it's going to lump them all on the same strategy again, I think, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. If they do all come in now, Paul, then the number 12 car will need to take on a good bit more fuel than most of the other cars, because that was getting toward the end of his stint in any case. And as you say, he will take on more fuel, so it should probably be a longer stop for number 12. So he most likely won't be able to retain his lead. But the other guys, they'll come in now and just need pretty much, particularly the cars that came in fairly recently, the number 77, number 99, number 35, 33, 69, i.e. most of the other contenders, they don't need much fuel. So whether they come in or not, they probably won't come in, I would think. They'll probably stay out there. But I would imagine number 12 car will come in, take on a full load of fuel, and then when he makes his final pit stop, along with everybody else, they'll need more fuel then than he does. So again, all sorts of things for these team managers to think about.
We're talking a lot about fuel, but tyres are also something to factor in, are they not? You know, depending on how old the relevant Continental Tire rubber is.
Yep, absolutely right. And that's another thing to factor in there as well. You know, are your tyres in good shape? Do you need to change them? Can you save some time? The pits will be open this time around, I believe. for the, or is it? Is the pit lane open?
Doesn't look like, well, there aren't any takers. No, the pit lane is still closed. That's confirmed from Jim Roller.
Yeah, the field has not yet all packed up behind the safety car, so they won't be allowed to open the pits until that happens.
Okay, so this long line of cars already working its way through the tri-oval. And just get another quick update from Jim Roller in a second. But as you say, there are more cars motoring down the back straight here, trying to catch up with this safety car, Crocodile, and also the stricken car at turn 2 in the process of being recovered as well. Jim, you've spotted something from your part of the world?
It looks like the 12 and 28 are standing by for pit stops.
Okay.
Interesting, the 12 does have brand new Continental tires out. They got sticker tires out. Nobody else seems to have tires out. I know last time they stopped without changing tires, so they are due. So I think if they get tires here, it will save them time, and it'll be interesting to see. They'll have fresher tires at the end than anybody else who just does fuel now and does not do tires and then has to come in and do a splash. Yes, their splash will be shorter, but their tires will be older.
Yes.
So the question is, Jim, is number 33 Mark Miller going to be coming in or not? Because they're the ones that have the most to gain.
That's a question for retired PC Bradley.
Yeah, he was only in half a dozen laps ago. So
exactly. So they have the most to gain in a sense by staying out.
Indeed.
Using up the fuel that they've got on board, accepting the fact that they're going to waste the time, as it were, or waste the caution period, but then be able to just make the same or make it the single stop that they still have to do.
Fascinating stuff, this.
Yeah,
well, I mean, we'd already said that Trent Hidman could push on, but I mean, is this a favour to him then, or is that actually going to now compromise him because he has to pit earlier? Or well, he's going to pit earlier. They've double stinted the Contis so far, so it's going to be fresh rubber by the sounds of things from Jim for the 12 car.
Yeah, he'll just then go flat out from there.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's Trent Hidman. That's what he does. He was a champion in this series a couple of years ago, driving then for BMW, so he knows how to win races and championships. You know, he's still a youngster, Trent, a really talented young guy. He's still only 21 from New Jersey, and there's a course car stopped there on the exit of NASCAR 4. Looks like pick up a bit of debris on the side of the racetrack. But I think before the pits are open now, there's a whole bunch of ST cars, street tuner cars, that are trapped between the safety car and a class leader. And before the pits are opened, we would generally do the pass around where any cars that are in between the safety car and the individual class leaders will be able to cycle on around and move around to the back of the pack. So I think once we've got this debris out of the way down there, I would imagine that would take place, and then the pits will be open because there's the actual ST leader is a long way down the pack, so there's a lot of cars that get in there. Just beginning that now. The cars, you'll see cars passing the safety car, and these are cars that they're not yet a lap down to the leader in ST, but have been tracked behind the safety car. And I think that's one of the good rules that IMSA instituted several years ago, whereby they don't want to inconvince the lower classes by just the random timing of the safety car.
They found their way to a little air pocket, I would call it, between the 73 and the safety car, effectively. And if we were to restart the race with them in that order, they haven't quite lost a lap, but it's more or less a full lap, isn't it? So
indeed.
You gain...
This makes sure they're not at disadvantage, because
but you're gaining 9/10 of a lap back, effectively, aren't you?
But they've lost 6/10 of a lap at least by being caught behind a pace car where the other guy wasn't. So rather than losing 6 or 7 or 8 tenths of the lap, they've managed to gain a little bit indeed by the strategy.
Jim, Joe Bradley's doing a little bit of detective work down in the pit lane. I know you had a bit of a walk to get you where you needed to be. What news?
Yeah, CJ Wilson Racing ready to receive 33 and 35. Full quarter of crew members ready with refueling and fresh rubber. I know it wasn't, or it certainly doesn't seem that long ago that we spoke to Till Bechtel-Schleimer, but these guys are ready to stretch that fuel window and tyre window ever further.
Okay, so this is real thinking on your feet time here, because this will be crucial to the result of the race that we're going to get in a little over an hour and 20 minutes time. Fourth caution of the race. Many of these cars then all now bunched up behind the safety car, and the unwinding will commence in a moment. In fact, I think it has already started, with these cars between the class leaders and the safety car being able to run around and to join the train again.
Yeah, and it's just the ST cars that are getting the waiver, the pass around now. They'll go down to the back of the pack, so they don't need to wait for them to catch up the back of the field, because the ST cars won't be making their pit stops until the next lap. The first lap the pits are opened, the faster class, in this case the GS cars, they will be allowed to make their pits. So pits will be opened this time around, and on the following lap, the ST car takers, if there are any, will be allowed to make their pit stops.
Aren't you glad at a time like this that it is a 4-hour race, because the extra time for this kind of I know manipulation's the wrong word, but organisation kind of is eating into the race time. But with 4 hours, it doesn't kind of make so much of a difference. The yellow flag periods we've had so far taking between 12 and 13 minutes, coming up to 10 minutes of this one. So
yeah, this is going to be a lot longer, this one, you're right.
It will take a little bit longer with the extra organisation required. Still the first set of pit stops to be administered.
But the pit lane is now open, so this time around, safety car about to arrive at the bus stop chicane. So as the cars work their way through Speedway turns 3 and 4, we will have a number of takers, I'm sure, to head to the pits, and it'll be a busy time for the race for Jim and Joe down beneath our feet. There's also a bit of track sweeping taking place on the exit of the chicane, with a sweeper coming against the flow of traffic, which was interesting, but amber lights flashing and everyone well aware of its whereabouts. I suppose another reason for doing this unwinding is just to make the restart a little safer, is it, Jeremy, so that you don't have stray cars ahead of the class leaders heading down into turn 1 at the restart.
But it's mainly not to disadvantage those that were unfortunate enough to be trapped between the first few cars and the rest of the pack by the timing of when the safety car came out on track. Here's a few cars now ducking out of pit lane. Not everybody is coming onto pit lane.
3 Porsches and
an Aston staying out.
One Aston staying out. The visible glass car is staying out.
Oh, that's a lap down, that car.
I thought it probably was after that spin, but there's by far the majority of the top 10 cars behind the safety car choosing to come in on this lap to make their stop. So Joe and Jim, it's all yours. Who's closest to pit lane entry?
I've got 33 right with me, car 33. That's Mark Miller, car 35, that's Damien Faulkner. Both CJ Wilson cars into the pits for fuel and tyres. Down to Jim.
The 12 car has come in along with the 28. Now the 12 car is changing all 4 tires. The 28 is just taking on fuel. Both of these Porsches are going to be very close at the end of the race. Now the 28 car is done. The 12 car is done with the right side tires. Now they're working on the left side tires. Let's go back to Joe for what's going on with CJ Wilson's crew.
Your timing's perfect, Jim. These guys are almost ready to let the cars and release the cars. Both cars still on the jacks. The Multimatic Mustang team, car 15, already done that car now down the field. Now the 35 car has won the CJ Wilson Inter-Team Pit Stop Challenge, as Damien Faulkner already back out and onto the pit road and almost leaving the pit exit, whilst the 33 car just coming off the jacks now. And Mark Miller gets that car underway. So 35 beats the 33 car in the Pit Stop Challenge here at CJ Wilson.
And for the 12 car, it was about a 47-second pit stop. Paul will probably be able to double check me on that, but indeed it was a little bit slower than what they wanted. They had a little bit of trouble with the left front tire getting that on. Otherwise, they would have been under 45 seconds for sure, and that would have been a fantastic stop. I'm just going to throw this out, guys. Argue with me if you think I'm wrong. I think advantage 12 car with those fresh tires and Trent Hinman behind the wheel, I think he's the X factor. If we don't get a caution, I think they've got the advantage. If we get a caution, all bets are off because everybody will be able to come in for that last splash of fuel together.
What do you reckon, Jeremy?
Well, I mean, the number 15 Mustang is in the thick of it as well, so you don't count that car out. The question is, where does we have to wait till they come around, and the number 12 car is actually behind number 15, so I've got to say the 15 car is probably the favourite. That's been the fastest car all weekend, and now that drive-through penalty has been negated effectively by this full course caution, so that puts the number 15 car driven at this stage by Scott Maxwell right back in the game.
Jim's thought on that, though, is that the 15 is damaged or incurred a bit of damage from earlier on. Is that likely to slow it?
I honestly, I haven't really been looking at its lap times lately.
Right.
But
okay.
There's still an hour and 14 minutes to go in this race, and it's going to be another 5 minutes at least before we get going again. So probably longer than that.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a little bit more than an hour in the race. I don't think any of the GS cars will reach the end from here. So it's going to be pretty much a flat-out race.
Yeah, I think it is. It's going to depend on whether we have another caution before the end of the race, really. I mean, I'd like to see it go as a flat-out race. Scott Maxwell, as you say, who would bet against him? I mean, Trent Hinman, his pit stop's slightly longer than the 15 car. Scott Maxwell there, 3 seconds quicker on the pit stop. But at the moment, in fact, Scott Maxwell has got out ahead of Trent Hinman as much as anything else as a result of that slightly faster pit stop. The rest of the cars, though, who haven't come in, I just wonder whether they are hoping for another caution period, because the 69 Jesse Lazaire and Ronde car 77, which haven't made a pit stop just yet, Nico Ronde, they're going to be running out of fuel anyway pretty shortly.
Right,
well,
so we
not pretty shortly, because number 60, both those two, they were two of the last cars to come onto pit lane. And if there is another extended caution period, perhaps they can reach the end without making another pit stop. I'm sure that's playing into their thinking.
Pit stops for Grand Sport have already happened. Jim Roller's watching the pit stops for Street Tuner now.
Yeah, we've got Minis and Caymans and BMWs, oh my, all on pit road at this point. The 73 car came in first. He'll leave first. So Matt Pombo in and out first. The 18 car with Spencer Popelli came in second. He'll leave second. Then comes the number 37 Mini in third, out third, as with the 31 Cayman. In fourth, out fourth. Up pit road to Joe Bradley, who's got the Morello racing car.
Yeah, the Morello Porsche car 56 already done and dusted. That car already rejoining. Here comes the BMW of car number 81, Bimmer World. Splendid across the side of that, and we've got a Porsche Cayman just coming off its jacks further up. Not quite sure the number of the car, just want to see the livery, and it is indeed the number 8. So that's the Dion von Moltke Rebel Rock Racing Porsche, already done and dusted. So the ST class pitted and now already back in the race.
And the one car that we didn't talk about there was the number 99 Aston Martin. Charles Espelov is at the wheel of that car, and he is fast. So we'll see what he can do. The car's quick on the straight lines as well, so we'll see what Charles can do now in this final stint. That's the car that's been driven earlier in the race. It started by Al Carter and Rob Eklund Jr., and now Charles Espelov at the wheel of that car. So that'll be interesting to see. Maybe before we get back to Green Flag Racing, we'll have got another guest here in the booth. Maybe we're going to have a quick chat with him, a youngster who is making a name for himself, not yet in sports cars perhaps, but certainly in the open wheel ranks. He's just 15 years of age, and most of you out there might not have heard of him. But his name is Neil Verhagen. At the age of 15, he won last year's F1600 Championship Series. He won the SCCA runoffs in Formula F, Formula Ford to the most of us. At 15 years of age, the youngest ever winner of an SCCA National Championship. And yes, and on Wednesday evening at the Road Racing Drivers Club dinner, he was awarded the Mark Donohue Award, which is in one of the legendary American drivers. And Neil Verhagen, thanks for joining us here. What an honor it was for you to attend, first of all, attend that dinner and then get the award of one of the great names in our sport.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, no, everything has been so amazing for me these past couple of months and last year, and yeah, no, I'm really thankful for everything.
Now, you've got an opportunity to go over to Europe last year, meet some people, and you've got a great opportunity, which perhaps you can tell our listeners here what you're going to be doing for the 2017 season.
Yeah, well, I've been fortunate enough to receive the Red Bull Junior Team program, and yeah, I'll be running with Red Bull next year in Europe, and hopefully bringing America into Europe a little bit more.
Now, we're still under caution here at Daytona International Speedway. Just under an hour and 10 minutes to go. We've got one more lap of caution before we go back to green, I would imagine. All the pit stops are now completed. The track is clearing up. Neil, yeah, this is your first time at Daytona, I believe, and what's your impression of the Rolex 24 and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and indeed the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge?
Well, years ago when I was karting, I actually karted at the kart track here, but yeah, no, never been and attended the 24, and I'm just loving it, you know. All the racing and the Continental Series is absolutely amazing, and you know, the sports cars I've always loved, but I've had a little bit of Formula car racing history for myself going, so yeah, no, I love to be here.
What, you're going to be in with the big dogs next year. You're just 15 years of age. You're going to be racing in Europe. How does that work with your schooling?
Well, we actually tried doing public schooling and living in Europe, but obviously that doesn't really work, and so we had to take on to an online program where I can base the schedule of school a little bit more around my racing, so I can do both at once and efficiently do both.
And what are your kind of hopes going into this new season? I mean, completely, you don't know. You've done a little bit. You've done some testing certainly, which I believe has gone well. You're going to be driving for one of the best teams in Formula Renault. But what are your hopes and expectations for your first season racing in Europe?
Well, everybody's expectation is always to win, and that's the expectation and the hope for next year is to go in and take wins and hopefully the championship. But you know, just kind of doing what I did last year and keep building experience and keep learning from the series and keep building myself as a better driver.
And how about the prospects of seeing Neil Verhagen in sports car racing before too long?
Yeah, no, I definitely would like to at some point get into a sports cars as this racing is always interesting and it's really fun to race and watch.
Neil, thanks for joining us. We're going to go back to green very shortly. Neil Verhagen, just 15 years of age from Mooresville, North Carolina, and he's now got this wonderful opportunity to join the Red Bull Junior team to race initially open-wheel cars in Europe, and perhaps, I don't know, I know he's got his eyes set on Formula One and following the footsteps of someone like Max Verstappen, Johnny Palmer.
So doing Formula Renault, but there's a few European Formula Renault championships. My only thought is I might be covering some of your races, because if it's the one that's on the support category of the European Le Mans Series, are you going to places like Red Bull Ring and Paul Ricard and
yeah, the Euro Cup. He's doing the Euro Cup, aren't you?
Yep, the Euro Cup.
I'll see you later in the season.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Fantastic.
Stick around with us and watch the race, Neil. But thanks so much for joining us on air.
Thank you for having me, Jeremy.
Great stuff. I hadn't realised there was a connection like that before. I mean, I met Neil a little earlier on, and we put him off. Anyway, we're back to green, and there is an hour and 6 minutes to go. Perfectly timed that, as the section between pit stops and green was filled in by the little interview there, and good to hear from Neil. But we're underway, and Jesse Lazar, after 76 laps, leads the way by 0.4 of a second from Nico Ronde and Charles Espenlaub. And as we said, he's a very, very quick driver in that Aston Martin. Dylan Murcott is in 4th position, Kenny Wilden 5th, and Chris Hall in 6th place in the number 7 McLaren, powering their way out of the International Horseshoe then, and through the kink. Always a very busy opening lap here in Daytona. One car on pit road already. The Street Tuner class headed by Spencer Pompelli. 73 laps done for that class from Eric Forson, Owen Trinkler and Andrew Carbonell running in 4th from Stephen McAleer and Connor Bloom in the Porsche. That's the top 6 in ST. frenetic start though, this, and it'll take a little time, a couple of laps just for things to calm down and also for things to unwind a touch from the safety car period. Obviously we had the untangling of the cars as part of the caution period. It's going to be 3 abreast, by the way, at Speedway turns 1 and 2, with the bright yellow McLaren going high and wide. There's also more McLaren dicing heading down towards the bus stop there. And 2 abreast, is that going to work? Yes, just about. You needed one to give way to the other, which is not in a race driver's mentality. But anyway, it was okay. Disaster averted. There's an hour and 5 minutes to go.
And just a quick note there from CJ Wilson Racing. CJ sent us a message here via John Hindhoff to say that was just a timed fuel stop for both of those CJ Wilson Racing cars, number 35 and number 33. And they think they might need a splash and go towards the end of the race, but not very much fuel. Here, though, comes the battle for the lead towards start-finish line. There's a change as they come across the line, and Nico Rondet gets a much better straight line speed advantage there, coming off turn 4, able to draft past and take the lead, but he down-runs wide at turn 1. Now he's going to give Lazaire the opportunity to retake the advantage.
I thought he'd overcooked it somehow, and Rondet trying to desperately turn left, but he'd gone way, way too deep into the corner. Can he repay the favour then at the International Horseshoe? He's close, but only within a car length, and Jesse Lazaire was not going to be asked twice there in the what was the second place McLaren, now leading the way. The white car at the King with Nico Rondet in hot pursuit. Charles Espenlaub watching it all unfold in front of him. A little bit of a gap back to 4th place Kenny Wilden in another McLaren, and then Dylan Murcott and Chris Hall. So we have 4 McLarens in the top 6 right now.
Jesse Lazaire, they're just one of the youngsters in this championship. He's got a very bright future ahead of him, just 19 years of age even now. He dominated last year's IMSA GT3 Challenge by Yokohama, and he's now stepping up into the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge, and what a great job he is doing. Nico Rondet, on the other hand, he's a kind of a gentleman of the world, if you like. He's born in Brazil, raised in France. He started his racing career in France, then the family moved to the US. He's been over here for a long, long time. Won Skip Barber Championships. He's now a long-time driver instructor, primarily at the school now at Sonoma Raceway, and so a vast amount of experience. So these 2 drivers at the head of the field, both driving McLarens, but both at very different stages in their careers.
But of course,
both as hungry as ever.
The key thing with these 2 that are out there at the front of the field, though, Jeremy, is that the battle is really going on behind them, isn't it? Because it's where you've got Charles Espenlaub, who's just made his pit stop. Then you've got the number 68 car, which is just behind them in the hands of Ken Wilden. And then behind that, you've got Scotty Maxwell, who's just got ahead of Trent Hinman.
Oh, no, they're hitting each other down at turn 1 with Rondet, a superb run out of turn 4, and he actually got ahead at the line, but then going deep into turn 1, Jesse Lazaire gave him a hip and shoulder barge at turn 1 there. Rondet then shoved out of it, and he's back down to 2nd position, but it looks like he can get the power down just a little better, or he did on that lap, than the white McLaren. And I'll be watching with interest towards the end of the next lap to see whether Nico Rondet can repeat that. But we're in for a treat if this continues under green for the next half an hour or so. With, as Paul Truswell quite rightly says, Charles Espenlaub, Kenny Wilden and Scott Maxwell, together with Trent Hinman, don't count him out of this, all starting to gang up now on these 2 McLarens. Because that's not the speediest way through turn 1 if you start taking chunks out of each other.
No, that was certainly some daggers drawn there, and elbows were very much definitely out between those 2 McLarens at the front there, and everybody else is snapping at their heels. There's an Aston Martin, another McLaren, a Ford and a couple of Porsches as well, all right in that mix. It's a great battle for the lead there. Leading positions in GS with just 61.5 minutes remaining in this race. And you know, the way that lot of battling, there may well be another full course caution, and perhaps that might play into the favour of these 2 out in front. You never know.
True enough, Charles Espenlaub this time getting a good run through the chicane on the back stretch. So the Aston rather, in 3rd position, ahead of the third of the McLarens. That's 4th place overall, Kenny Wilden at the wheel. And then Scott Maxwell and Trent Hinman. But what is the run this time like for Nico Rondet? Can he get anywhere close to where he was a lap ago? Not at this time as they come out of the turn 4 section. There's a car peeling off down into the pit lane, it looks like, but this time around it's Espenlaub who looks a little racy into turn number 1. In the third placed Aston Martin, there's a great gaggle of cars all together as well, back in 6th place. The Ford of Scott Maxwell is one of those cars, together with Trent Hindman trying to make ground, and in fact he's managed to get through ahead of Scott Maxwell and up to 5th position. Leaders back at the International Horseshoe then. Hindman is now on the tail of Kenny Wilden for 4th position. Working his way through this traffic very quickly indeed on those brand new Continental tyres, remember.
Meanwhile, in ST, the 2 Porsche Caymans are still absolutely tied together. Well, they were as they came across start-finish line. It's going through turn 1. Spencer Montpellier pulled out about, I don't know, 2 or 3 Porsche Cayman car lengths perhaps. Number 17, last year's champion Spencer Montpellier, alongside Nick Galante for RS1. And they lead right now, but Eric Foster's right there. Matt Pombo, having taken the restart in 7th position, is now up to 3rd in that number 73 Mini. That's Matt Pombo, number 73, up to 3rd place. And the pole sitter, Connor Bloom, with Aurora Strauss having driven the middle portion of the race. Connor Bloom now reinstalled again at the wheel of that car, number 18, and he's right there in 4th place as well. And Owen Trinkler in that purple Nissan Altima that also started at the back, worked its way forward, worked back again. He is right in the mix there in the 5th position. So great battling also in ST.
Mark Miller trying to be on the march. The problem is he's facing a wall of Porsche Cayman there into the bus stop. This little quartet headed by Chris Hall, who's running in 8th in the number 7 Volt McLaren, ahead of Damien Faulkner, Cameron Lawrence and Mark Miller, who is, well, visually seems to be the quickest of those 4, but cannot get through. It's tight again for the race lead, though. Nico Ronde is getting close to where he was 2 laps ago, but also having a sniff of an inside line there on Ronde was Charles Espenlaub as they came off down from the banking and into turn 1 and 2. And there's a dive there for 8th place, I think that was. Cameron Lawrence pulling a move on Damien Faulkner. So that was actually 9th position, right behind the Dayglow yellow car of Chris Hall. And Mark Miller's ready to pounce as well now on Faulkner's car. So Hindman, also Trent Hindman, yes, upper position as well to 4th place. So yeah, that happened at the start of the previous lap where he got ahead of Scott Maxwell's Ford Mustang. So Hindman back into the top 4. Charles Espenlaub, did he manage to make that move? No, he didn't. He's still tucked in behind the 2 McLarens. There'll be a little bit of traffic to deal with for the race leaders in a second as well. That's the Invisible Glass sponsored Aston Martin, which has had 1 or 2 tails to tell from this race, even the short time that I've been covering it, from the 2-hour mark. So 3 abreast up onto the banking, and that is Chris Hall in his McLaren, caught between Cameron Lawrence and probably Mark Miller, actually. Or is Damien Faulkner still part of that battle? No, Faulkner is on the low side, and on the high side then here comes Cameron Lawrence to try and pick off the Irishman. Can he do it down the back straight with the McLaren? The McLaren's got the legs on the Caymans, though, coming out of NASCAR turn 2, and Faulkner is able to fend off Cameron Lawrence into the braking area for the bus stop. Mark Miller, frustrating for him to be at the back of this little quartet, essentially fighting over 8th position. Leaders coming round Speedway turn 4, they're going to be overlapping, they're going to be side by side here, the 2 McLarens, and tucked in right behind Nico Ronde is Charles Espenlaub, so he's going to get 2nd place because of that slipstream. And can he also get the inside line? There's a slow car, that's another Aston Martin. Espenlaub needs to be wise of that. They're going to go round the outside then of the Invisible Glass car. It's Aston versus Aston. That's good driving from Charles Espenlaub, aware of the situation, but also on the absolute limit, Jeremy Shaw.
But not so good from Chris Beaufay, I have to say. That wheel at number 09 car, he should have done a better job of staying out of the way there. He just stayed right in the mix there. He was right on the apex when all the leaders were coming past him. And Chris Beaufay, great guy and a very interesting character. He's based in China these days. He does about 200,000 air miles every year with his travellings for an energy company in China, and he covers everywhere. I think his region is everywhere from India to Australia or something ridiculous, literally half of the world. But interesting character, but he's the 3rd guy in the wheel of that car this afternoon, and he's now out of the mix, and the leaders can get on with their battle.
Trent Hindman started this lap in 4th. He's now up to 3rd ahead of Jesse Lazar, and that is confirmed as they break the beam at the end of Sector 1. So those new tyres for the number 12 Porsche, meaning that that car is well in the groove after the latest caution. So 1st to 3rd is Ronde in 77, Espenlaub in 99, Hinman in the 12 car ahead of Lazar in the 69, Kenny Wilden in the 68 McLaren. So we still have 3 McLarens in the top 5. Scott Maxwell's Ford is now 6th ahead of Dylan Murcott and Damien Faulkner, who's still fighting away with Cameron Lawrence, Chris Hall and Mark Miller, by the way. Miller yet to gain a spot. Chris Hall net has lost 2 positions to Faulkner and Lawrence over the last 2 laps. Ronde stretching his legs now, as in 2nd position it is, here comes Hinman round the outside. This is Trent Hinman then making a move on Charles Espenlaub, and that Aston Martin is very potent in a straight line but cannot hold Trent Hinman back. And Hinman with the new tyres running a little bit wide out of turn 2. That shouldn't mean that he's slow through the kink. Indeed it doesn't, actually gaining car lengths on Espenlaub in the rear view mirror. And I reckon within another couple of laps we might have a new leader at this rate, Jeremy, with that pit stop, courtesy of the caution for the number 12 car. Really, as I say, going in the favour of Trent Hinman and his team.
Certainly, and it was a really good pit stop by that bunch as well, because they got out ahead. Well, no, they were ahead of the other cars that they came in behind, because they needed a lot more fuel than most of the other contenders, but they still beat several of them out of the pits, including actually both of the CJ Wilson cars, and they required what, 15, nearly 20 laps less fuel than that number 12 machine.
Jim reminds me that actually there was a problem with one of the tyres during that pit stop. The fuel went in absolutely fine, but one of the tyres didn't want to go on the car, and that's what really slowed them down.
Which car was that?
Beg your pardon, just 12 car.
Earlier on.
Mustang back. We're just trying to work out whether there was contact. I don't think there was, with the big nose of that Ford Mustang, front engine versus the mid-engine McLaren. And still the overtake hasn't happened, but that was Scott Maxwell getting incredibly close to Jesse Lazar in the number 69 McLaren at turn 6. 77, Nico Ronde leading the way, 83 laps done, 0.6 of a second back to Trent Hinman then, and he's gained more ground on that lap. The last time around, a 156.5 for Hinman and a 157.1 for Ronde, so he's managed to find over half a second there.
A problem there for Kenny Wilden in car number 68, slowing dramatically. I think that was Kenny Wilden.
Well, he was running 6th, wasn't he, behind Maxwell?
He was 4th before that on the... no, you're right, he was 6th before that, yes.
He has been 4th, but many of these cars have been in virtually all the positions in the top 6, just in the space of time I've been doing this race, having taken over from John. But as you quite rightly say, he's tumbled from 6th place, his most recent position, to 11th, and that's the car that, to our right on our little screen in our booth. Yes, I presume that's Kenny Wilden that has stopped. Yes, it is. He's back up and rolling now, the 68 car, but that's maybe an intermittent issue on the infield section, Paul Truswell.
Yeah,
look, we got the leader in ST making a pit stop here. The car number 17 has pulled that car into pit lane. That has enabled Eric Foss to go through into a lead now, but Matt Pombo is coming. That number 73 Mini is closing in as we see Spencer Pompelli bringing that car into its pit stop. It looks like fuel and tyres for car number 17.
The man that can tell us exactly what's going on is Jim Roller.
Yeah, this is, I suspect Paul and Jeremy can help. I'm surprised to see him back in at this point. I thought he would be able to go much deeper into the race before he would do this. I wonder if he might have had a tire going down and they decided to do fuel and tires. Let me check, I'll get back to you.
I think you're right, Jim, because I mean he was only in on lap 64, which was only 20 laps ago. We had 7 or 8 laps of caution, so it's I don't think that's a scheduled stop for that RS1 team. And he and the number 56 car had come in absolutely in tandem on lap 64 and took over after those pit stops in second and fourth positions, and we're certainly battling for this lead of this race.
It's IMSA Radio live from Daytona, bringing you live coverage of the BMW Endurance Challenge here, the opening round of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge, this 4-hour race. We're into the final hour, and there is a car stopped, Jeremy, facing the wrong way out of turn 1 and 2. So that is, trying to work out which car it is, but there is oil down on the track, so cars spinning left, right and centre. There is plenty of oil down on the surface, and that's the invisible glass car. No stranger to it being spinning, of course. Pit lane is closed.
It's the 59 Mustang, which is doing the 3-point turn, and even though we've gone yellow, I think they've got him going again, haven't they?
They have, but maybe, I don't know whether there's oil down there,
There's
perhaps.
a massive amount of oil down, Jeremy. There is great lines of it,
Yeah, so I think that's probably going to be the reason for the full course caution again here. And
so having got away with it with the McLaren, we then didn't get away with it this time. And there's another car.
That's not Ronde, is it?
I think it is, yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's
the 77 car has spun at turn 1 and has now spun at the Western Horseshoe as well.
And that's the one that's
the
trailing
car that's
fluid.
There you go. That's the car that is trailing. What's that? Oh, that's not oil. That's fuel, isn't it?
That looks like water. That's the.
You see cars spin off in water unless there's antifreeze in the water, I suppose. It's unusual when water's laid down on a racetrack for cars to be spinning quite as violently as they have. Anyway, we're going to see quite a lot of action in the pit lane in a moment or two. Jim and Joe, chip in whenever you need to. Can't see any cars.
I've got
on
a
pit road right
update
now,
on the
Jim,
17 for you,
Jim
Johnny.
Roller's certainly got one update for us. Tell us more.
Yeah, the 17 car, that was a preemptive strike. They knew they were going to have to make one more stop for fuel, as was everybody else in the ST class. They're inside the window to make it all the way, so why wait? Problem is now the caution has come out. Had the caution not come out, they really would have had an advantage because they would have had enough to go to the end. Now everybody else is going to be able to make their pit stops under the caution and lose less time relative to the speed out on the racetrack.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So thanks for that. They had made their scheduled pit stops only 4 or 5 laps before that final caution period, as we get a replay of the
well, that was the
McLaren.
initial McLaren spinning. There was then another Ford Mustang. Now there you go. There's the 59 spinning as well, and it's difficult to tell whether that is as a result of what the McLaren has laid down or whether that's a 59's own little moment. But there is a great then line of whatever the McLaren is dumping onto the track, which continues around the whole section of the infield. The McLaren had a second spin, remember. Aston goes wide as well and nearly rejoins the track at the kink, having bypassed entirely turns 3 and 4. And another Aston Martin having a moment coming out of the International Horseshoe as well. So still there is fluid leaving that McLaren, and I'm trying to work out where it's coming from and exactly what that is.
Yeah,
but
it is.
The 77 car of, is it still Ronde at the wheel?
Yes.
Okay, Nico Ronde, former race leader, and that car has had a lot of pace, was managing to fend off Trent Hindman. But Hindman is now the new race leader, 85 laps done. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, as you say, 85 laps done with Scott Maxwell with the number 15 Mustang just behind in the Multimatic car.
Yes.
Now, I just wanted to pick up on that because we were suggesting that Scott Maxwell in the Mustang was going to be not to be out-reckoned, but one of the things I was trying to do during that last stint was just to look at the lap times that Maxwell was doing, and he is around about a second a lap slower than he was doing earlier in the race. So that a suggestion from Jim, I think it was, who said that maybe all wasn't well with the Multimatic Mustang, but he might actually be right because it wasn't lapping as quickly as Trent Hindman was in the number 12 body motion Porsche.
That's exactly right, and I think yeah, actually, and Trent Hindman, I think, he just set his best lap of the race last time around before this caution period came out. He was chasing Nico Ronde. He just turned his best lap at a 1 minute 56.105. That was that car's fastest lap of the race, and the number 15 car certainly hadn't been gaining any ground. It just gained all these positions now because of all those other spinners. Before the spins took place, it was back in the 5th position, but all of a sudden it's in 2nd.
I'm remembering all of a sudden the contact between the 77 and the other McLaren at the time, which was done at turn 1, and there is one of those Continental Tire donuts on the side of the 77 car to show evidence that there's been some side-to-side contact. It's just interesting that the fluid is leaking from that area of the car. Whether it's related or not sure, but there are many Daytona and IMSA officials now just checking out that car and readying it to be returned to the paddock, to the pit lane on the end of a tow rope. And there's also, of course, an awful lot now of track treatment to be done, getting oil dry down to make sure that the track is not going to be slippery for the restart. 45 minutes to go. It's IMSA Radio bringing you live coverage of the opening round of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. This being the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, a 4-hour event, and there's been no shortage of action from the 2:15 start. We're due to finish this race local time, Eastern Standard Time, at 4:15. And this merely the hors d'oeuvre ahead of the 24 hours of Daytona, the 55th running of that famous race that kicks off tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. But this is surely going to confirm to us a real close finish to the end of the race. I mean, it's going to be a race from as soon as these pit stops are done to the flag. And that's assuming we don't get another caution. Now, a lot of dust being kicked up between turns 2 and 3 rather, with the initial oil dry going down, being poured out of the back of the pickup, which has already made its way to the International Horseshoe. So dealing with that first line of oil, we're assuming at this stage it was just the McLaren leaking fluid. Although I couldn't be sure that the 59 car hadn't gone off on its own fluid as well.
Which car?
The Mustang, which I didn't think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't think it touched the area of tarmac where the McLaren had dumped a load of fuel, but it all of a sudden was facing the wrong way as well. Unless that was just a mistake and a distraction, of course, with the McLaren leaking fuel ahead of you. Maybe you just didn't quite get the braking point right into turn 2. I'm impressed with how quickly this oil dry can go down, though, out of the back of the big American pickup there. 2 of them on the go, and one dealing with the section of track up to the International Horseshoe, already on another lap, courtesy of the bike hairpin cut through. And there's another one as well that's made it to the kink, just allowing this long line of cars through. And that recovery vehicle or track vehicle will also now continue up to the second horseshoe to make sure that that area has been covered suitably in quick dry, in cement dust effectively, to make sure this oil has been soaked up.
So did the number 69 car come on the pit lane? How is that a lap down?
The 69, which is Jesse Lazar in the McLaren. Yes, good question. Trent Hindman leads the race, by the way. Scott Maxwell in second position in that Ford, although carrying damage. It is very nicely placed at this point. Pit lane is now open, by the way, so this time around it's set to be very, very busy indeed. The 2 boys alongside me busily scratching their heads to work out where the 69 car has lost that time.
It must have been out on the circuit because it hasn't come into the pit, so I'm just going to check sector times, but it must have lost it out on the circuit.
Okay. Jim makes a good point in my ears that it might have been another one of those cars to spin on the oil. Of course, McLaren laying down oil to scupper another McLaren. That's not part of the script. 4 Porsches now in the top 6, by the way. Make that 5 Porsches in the top 6. First, third, fourth, fifth and 6th. And it was only about half an hour or so ago that I was saying that about the McLarens. And all of a sudden we don't have any McLarens in the top 6 at all. The best place is Chris Hall's in the Volt car. Car number 7 is 7th.
Phew, take a breath.
Charles Espenlaub as well, who was certainly troubling the top 3, running round now in 8th position. Kenny Weldon is 9th. And John Tichy in 10th place.
And here we come onto pit lane, so everybody
Well, we've had a pit crew change with our Continental Tire pit lane crew. Joe Bradley handing over to Nick Damon. Still Jim Roller down there as well. I'm going to kind of leave this to you guys because it's going to be very, very busy at your feet.
The 15 car, the Mustang of Scott Maxwell, comes to my feet as I can see the leader running its way slowly. The Porsche up to Joe. This looks up to Jim. This looks like a relatively standard stop as the 59 Mustang follows the 15. It's a couple of tyres, not a full set of tyres actually. The rear right, it seems to be on its own. No driver change for the lead, second place 15 car. How's it going your end, Jim?
And the 12 car has come into the pits. It's going to be fuel only. Looks like a time stop. The 28 is in. They are changing tires, and driver change. So McElvain will take the car to the checkered flag. That's the 12 car away. He's going to get out ahead of or right with the 15. We're going to have to see who crosses the line first. They are right together, and the 15 falls in behind him. So the 12 car has beaten the field out and will lead them around, I believe. And the 28 is almost done with his tire change. Let's go back to Nick.
15 was right side tyres only, so it was a two tyre stop. Taking advantage of the banking. I'm surprised if the 12 did a 4 tyre stop. He managed to get out in front of the 15. So good work by the Cayman crew.
I would imagine. Did the Cayman take on tyres? They took on tyres the last stop, didn't they, Jim?
The 12 car was 12 car, no tires. It was just a timed fuel stop. 28 changed all 4 and the driver.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Yeah,
because number
12 car. Yeah,
a lot of numbers to try and stay on top of as well.
But it is a replay here of on board Scott Maxwell. There's a couple of spinners out there to the right at turn 1.
So McLaren spins first, and then just out of view, the 59 goes right now. I think that probably was on the McLaren's fluid, actually.
Yeah, and the Aston's all over the place there. There's the other Aston spinning off as well.
Yeah.
So what happened to Jesse Lazare? We think he must have stopped down on a racetrack just coincidentally on that same lap.
Another Aston going around out of the International Horseshoe. That, again, I think was on oil from the McLaren number 77. And whatever this fluid is,
it's flowing awfully quickly for oil, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. It's a very good point. It's almost like it is kind of.
I think it's sort of I'm sure, yeah, probably. Yeah. Something is this is with the cooling.
Yes,
perhaps.
So some sort of coolant, and was that as a result of damage done when the two McLarens made contact at turn 1? Because you only need a part of that side panel to be popped in very slightly, and it could pierce whatever lies the other side of that bodywork. Anyway, the crews on the infield section have done a tremendous job to get all of that mopped up so quickly. They've left the scene at the International Horseshoe, happy with their work, and with 38 minutes to go on the clock, we have the street tuners to pit next time around, Paul.
Yes, and Jesse Lazare, I reckon, is in the final sector, the third sector of a 3-sector circuit. Just stuck out on the track. We haven't seen any pictures of that, but as I say, that's where he seems to be. And as Jeremy was saying, not circulating anymore, having now fallen 2 laps behind. So that's another car to have fallen by the wayside. So as we go through this final set of pit stops, we've kind of thrown the dice down for the GS class, and once we get this final set of pit stops out of the way, the dice will be thrown for the ST class.
Yeah, and that decision by the number 17 car to come in a little while ago was vindicated here. Here's number 56 car. That was its primary rival. In fact, these are some of the quickest cars in ST now, coming in for a quick splash of fuel to get to the end of this race. Number 56 car that had been leading up until this stage comes in. Also the pole sitter Connor Bloom in car number 18 and Owen Trinkler in car number 44. And that's one of the Bimmerworld BMWs. That's Gregory Leefuger in car number 81. So a handful, or 4 at least, of the fastest cars in ST making a pit stop.
Here are Nick and Shay.
The 56 car, the Murillo Racing lively kind of pale orange Cayman, that is having a complete service. It's not getting a drive, but it's getting 4 tyres, it's getting fuel, and you can hear it go. They've got on 20 lug nuts and taken off 20 lug nuts, and he's got 4 new tyres, and away he goes. Shay.
And down at my end, it was only the number 18 and 44 that came in. The RS1 Porsche just took fuel, had a little bit of problem getting the nozzle removed from the car. The 44, however, did do new front Continental tires, so that means that those rears are still the originals.
Okay, the Audi S3's back on pit road, but that's not really been in the equation for a little while now, with the fuel supply problem earlier on in the day and various other issues as well. So actually, a relatively quiet session there from Street Tuner in terms of their pit stops. How many cars did we have in the end? 5? 6 maybe?
4.
Was it 4? Okay.
Yeah, the leaders, yeah, 4 of the leading cars, yes. 4 of the cars on the lead lap. A couple more, the lap or more down, isn't that right, Paul?
Yes, I've got 4 having gone out again. I haven't checked them in, I've checked them out.
Yeah, the 4 cars that came in, there were the first place car, that was number 56, he was leading. The number 18, number 44, that's Connor Bloom and Owen Trinkler, they were running 3rd and 4th before this pit stop. And then in 6th place was number 81 of Gregory Liefuger. So those cars now drop to the tail end of those cars on the lead lap in ST. And there's 11 cars on the lead lap in ST now. So they were going to be 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Meanwhile, Spencer Pompelli, having made that stop a little while ago, he now finds himself in 6th place in the class. And it is Matt Pombo who leads for Mini. In fact, his teammate James Vance, the number 37 car, having taken over from Mike Lamara, who did a brilliant first stint. Mike did a really tremendous effort by him. He was a former champion in the ST class, but did just a couple of races last year. But now back with a bit of a vengeance. He was here for the test 3 weeks ago and showed good form there. Loved this Mini Cooper, and is now running in that car, at least, having been taken over by the Canada-based Englishman James Vance, is running in 2nd place. So Mini 1-2, Drake Kemper in a number 31 car. That's a Porsche Cayman for the Body Motion team, running in 3rd place. That team has been fantastically consistent over the last year. They had difficulties here last year, that number 31 car, but after that, all of the remaining races in the season, all 9 races, they finished in the top 10. They had a 2nd place and a couple of top 5s, and really good consistent running there. Now find himself in 3rd position, but behind them, just a couple of cars back, there's 2 of the Mazdas which aren't really on the pace of the leaders here at Daytona, but as a result of good strategy and the cautions and everything else, and they've managed to keep themselves in contention. 4th and 5th then for Andrew Carbonell and Stephen McAleer in the Freedom Motorsport Mazdas 26 and 25. And then right behind them, though, lurking at the restart, will be Spencer Pompelli.
I had spoken a little too soon about the continued work on the infield section, just to make sure that not only this is a quick dry powder laid down very quickly, but also that it is merged in with the antifreeze or coolant, and that's what the track sweep is doing now out of turn 5.
Hey, all of a sudden now we've got number 15 car ahead of the number 12.
That's a good point.
I have no idea why that should have occurred, because
that's happened behind the safety car, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know whether number 12 car has been told to cede the position somehow. I don't know, but certainly before the pit stops, the order was 12-15, and according to what I saw on the previous lap, the order was the same after the round of pit stops. It was the same, 12 ahead of 15.
Correct.
But,
there was just 1 second apart in their pit stops, with the 12 Hindman being marginally quicker, just 1 second quicker. So your hand records, Jeremy, spot on. I've got the luxury of a bit of electronics here, which is helping me. Yeah, no reason at all why they should have swapped behind the safety car for what effectively is the lead of the race.
So it wasn't as if they left in a different order at the end of the pit stops, and then an overtake took place after that point illegally. How very strange. Well, I can't imagine that Scott Maxwell would pass a car behind a safety car if he hadn't been instructed to.
No, quite.
Okay, well, that's the way it is on the racetrack at the moment. Jeremy, you're looking like you might go and find out.
I might run around next door, see if I can
Let me turn your microphone off so that you're not going to drop it on the desk and deafen everybody. Jeremy Shaw stepping out of the box to see if we can get some kind of answer then on this, the 90th lap rather. And we have this unexpected lead change behind the safety car with Scott Maxwell nipping ahead in the Ford Mustang, ahead of Trent Hindman, who is still on newer tyres than Maxwell, so that might help him at the restart. Mark Miller, third in the number 33 car. Remember, he got caught up behind 3 cars in the earlier phase of the race, but clearly the team have done a great job in getting that number 33 Porsche out and up into the top 3 at the moment. Damien Faulkner tucked in behind in another one of the Porsches. Remember, it is a wall of Porsches from 2nd down to 7th now. And Miller, Damien Faulkner, Cameron Lawrence and Don Tichy. Now Shea Adam is buzzing in my ears about what she thinks and maybe has had confirmed the reason for the change around, and Jeremy Shaw indeed comes back as well to tell us that it is pit stop related, or at least the order that they left the pits.
Yeah, or the manner in which they left the pits, more to the point. The car that's already in the outside lane, the fast lane, if you like, on pit lane, even though there's a pit lane speed limit, has the right of way. The number 12 car came out of its pit stall, but wasn't fully clear of number 15 car when it tried to get into the fast lane. And although it left, they must have been almost kind of side by side, side by side as they left the pits, with number 12 car slightly ahead. But because it wasn't clear and able to move into the outside lane, it should have ceded the position to number 15, which is already there in the fast lane on its way out of the pit stops. So the race director, rather than give some draconian penalties, say, look, that's what you should have done, give the position up, no harm, no foul, we continue the race.
Yeah, they actually exited the pit lane separated by a fraction over 1 second. So if that was the point being that when I say exited the pit lane, that is just beyond the pit lane corner, as it were. Green flag.
We're going racing again, and there's already a little bit of movement towards the bottom end of the top 5. This is IMSA Radio bringing you live coverage of the opening round of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. Then we only have half an hour to go. Is it going to be a 30-minute dash to the end of the end of the race? We've been billing it as a 4-hour race. Well, we've had 3.5 hours of action, but it might be a 30-minute sprint here. Mini on the outside there, leaving turn 2. Can it tuck back into line? Yes, it can. That's the third of the John Cooper Works entries, but it looks a little bit slow heading towards the International Horseshoe. Out front, though, Scott Maxwell has made a break here from this stack of Porsches right behind. We've got 6 Porsches nipping at the heels of the big Mustang out front, but remember, it was Scott who had right of way effectively as he left the pit lane. And from Trent Hindman's point of view, he probably didn't even know the Ford Mustang was there, but that's where the spotters come in and have to instruct Trent to give way effectively to Scott Maxwell. That instruction didn't come, and we've had the shuffle round behind the safety car, and now Scott Maxwell puts the pedal to the metal and all of a sudden pulls out this huge gap as they work their way through NASCAR turns 1 and 2 on the main oval. Still very busy in the street tuner class as well, as cars work their way into something resembling single file, although the Nissan Altima is on the move, at least trying to, getting a tow there from the Porsche Cayman just in front. There's also some overlapping with the BMW, the Bimmerworld Beamer, just taking the 26 Mazda MX-5. It's 3 abreast there to the right of the 26 Mazda as well.
And there's a great illustration of what the problems the Mazda MX-5 drivers have here at Daytona on the high banks, because they just don't have the straight line speed of the bigger engine cars, so they struggle for top end velocity. But in handling wise, as we can see there through the bus stop, the Mazdas are fabulously fast.
Yeah, quite a bit more nimble than the bigger cars through the bus stop, and of course the infield section as well. End of lap 91. Scott Maxwell leads from Trent Hindman in the number 12 car on the newer tyres. Damien Faulkner in the 35 is third. Mark Miller's fourth and Cameron Lawrence in fifth. Then the number 28 car of Dylan McCarvan in the 26 Porsche. Chris Hall is next in the McLaren. So the best place McLaren 7th now, along with Kenny Wilden in 8th. And whatever that issue was for Kenny Wilden looks to have been rectified, because the 68 car is back on the pace. Charles Espenlaub in the best placed Aston is in 9th. And then the number 38 Porsche is in 10th, ahead of Chris Beaufet and Andy Lee.
Yeah, those the latter two. Yeah, Chris Beaufet did get himself back on the lead lap because he didn't stop under that previous caution period. Andy Lee, though, number 88 car, it's a Porsche for GMG. He's a couple of laps down. On that lap, Damien Faulkner then found his way past his teammate Mark Miller. The two CJ Wilson cars battling for 3rd and 4th.
So as far as the GS class is concerned, we've done and dusted with all of the pit stops. I'm just looking down into the ST class because certainly none of the top 3 in ST came into the pits during that last safety car period.
Yeah, yeah. Four of the top 6 came in.
Yeah, but the 3 cars that are now leading in ST didn't come in during that safety car period. Question is, are they going to be able to get to the flag without a splash and dash for fuel? If they've been able to save the fuel during that last full course yellow, I suspect they'll probably be all right to get to the flag the way they are at the moment. ST currently being led by the number 73 car.
But I suppose people like Matt Pombo and James Vance and Drake Kemper, if they're only a lap short, let's say, they wouldn't have risked coming in on that caution, would they? They just
absolutely, and
you know,
as I say,
they don't need the splash,
just
but they might do.
Coasting as much as they possibly can, and as I say, that's going to be the kind of main point for interest in ST. As far as GS is concerned, though, it's what you see on the track is what you get.
So they're fine to the end.
They're fueled to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so
most of the leading contenders in ST had stopped during the previous caution period. The ones that didn't, with the number 56 and number 17, they had stopped, made their pit stop about 7 or 8 laps before that previous caution period. So it is going to be interesting whether or not they need to come onto pit lane. Number 18 was running the strategy as the minis at that stage, but that, as you say, Paul Trussell, was the only other one that came in during that one. That number 44 came in during that last this last full course caution.
Okay, that's going to add yet more interest then as far as the 2 minis and Drake Kemper's Porsche to a certain extent at the head order. Will they risk staying out? Can they risk staying out, or will they need a splash in the remaining 24 minutes? Scott Maxwell leads by 6 seconds. That's a huge lead for what we've been used to over a few hours. And Trent Hinman trying his best to get close to the big stack out front. In Faulkner is saying ahead of Mutt recently. Cameron is in 5th, and then Tim McCartan in the 28 Porsche is in 6th place. Alstom car back on the banking now. Matt Pombo leading by nearly 2 seconds from teammate James Vance. So it's Minis 1st and 2nd, not quite though as good for the other of the 3 minis that started this race, and the other one in the reckoning, I'm afraid. Side-by-side action with 99 Aston Martin. That is Espenlaub then away with the 8 of Kenny Wilden. That's for 8th position, and there was a bit of contact again. There's already some ball trailing from Espenlaub, turning in now. The International Horseshoe has behind him the Ford from H Racing. I think that car, the machine, not doubling leaders. Dean Martin in the 59 car, actually 20 overall and 15th in Gs. 2.5 minutes to go. IMSA Radio bringing you live coverage of the BMW Endurance Challenge live Daytona International Speedway. Thank you for joining. Hope you're enjoying it as I am so far. Can't take my eyes off this one. And
battle here for S is absolutely superb, isn't it? There's Owen Trinkler trying to make a move on the BMW of Gregory Liefuger. So around the outside at the kink goes Owen Trinkler. That's hairy stuff. He wants this win. That team won last year at Sebring with Honda Civic. They made the decision to change to Nissan Altima after that. Won again later on at Watkins Glen, but the car didn't have the same sort of reliability they'd been used to, so had quite a few retirements, dropped them out of championship contention, but done a lot of testing over the winter and come back with a vengeance this season. Owen Trinkler and Sarah Catania. And they've both driven a really, really nice race this afternoon.
It's Drake Kemper and Connor Bloom side by side, I reckon, as well, going through Speedway turns 1 and 2. So Greg Liegfuger has managed to stretch his legs a little bit in the BMW and away from this battle, which is still side by side. They're now going to settle for single file as they head up towards the braking area. Meanwhile, action between the 21 and the 28 Porsches. That's Cameron Lawrence and Dylan McCarvan in 5th and 6th positions. I hope there wasn't contact there. Just caught the back end of that incident with one Porsche going far wider than the other. That was the 28 losing a little bit of ground. So Cameron Lawrence then on the inside. Let's have a look. Was there contact as they came down from the banking? There certainly was, and that was the 28 car of McCarvan nearly turned across the nose there of Cameron Lawrence. Difficult to lay any blame really between the two cars. Trajectories meeting as they came off the tri-oval banking and down towards turn 1, but good bit of car control there from the pilot of the 28 car. Kept it pointing in the right direction, although there was a little bit of ground lost, and Cameron Lawrence now a touch on his own.
And Jesse Lazaire in number 69 has reappeared out on the racetrack, having spent 20 minutes or so not being out on the racetrack, 25 minutes not being on the racetrack. He's now back on the racetrack again, so fallen a long way back, had the car towed back, has now exited the pits and resumed the charge, although obviously now way out of contention.
Blue car leading, blue Porsche leading red Porsche behind the Liegfuger BMW. Kemper and Bloom then putting on a fabulous show. Also, this change now for second position, Jeremy, with Owen Trinkler getting ahead of James Vance. So the bright pink Nissan Altima loving this portion of the race. The 44 car up to second.
I mean, yeah, and he took the restart in 11th position after making that pit stop during that previous caution period. So he's absolutely charged his way through. Remarkable effort by Owen Trinkler.
2 new tyres on that car.
Yep, and he's as a result of that, he's been able to set his fastest lap of the race, and the fastest lap of the race in ST, a 2 minutes 3.639.
And that was the car, of course, Jeremy, that started at the very back of the grid, wasn't it? Sarah Catania started at dead last. Yeah. So a great run from that car, having had, I think there were clutch problems, weren't there, that prompted them to start from the back.
Well, we were told they changed tyres before the start. That was a word from the pits.
Okay. Where the Porsches, by the way, have changed around now, so that will put Bloom ahead of Kemper, would it not? Yes, that's confirmed now at the end of the second sector. So Porsches in the street tuner class, they are 5th, 6th and 7th. Pompelli from Connor Bloom, from Drake Kemper, and then Eric Foss in the 8th place.
Oh, here's a Nissan on pit lane.
Nissan Altima on the pit lane, right, so it worked his way up to second position, and now all of a sudden needing a stop.
No, so there's got to be a problem here, because he was in the pits. It could be a penalty perhaps, otherwise some sort of a drama, because
Shay knows the answer. Shay Adam in the pit lane.
It's not a problem. It is a penalty. There is a rule in the IMSA rulebook this year that you have to have fireproof socks and gloves if you are the refueler or the fire bottle, because of an incident that we had last year. We live and learn. Well, the socks that are on the fire bottle man and the fueler here, not approved by IMSA. So it's a drive-through penalty for the car that was in second in ST.
What a terrible mistake from their point of view, and they will be thinking the same as me. And there's also now a delay coming out of the pit lane. The Nissan's trying to leave, it can't get by. There was a slow car coming out of the pit lane exit there, and all of a sudden it's disappeared. The 2 cars went behind a building and only one appeared. It was a McLaren, I think, but it got caught right behind a slower car. There's also the 15 car, that's the race leader. The race leader's on pit road now as well. Scott Maxwell coming down the pit lane, and guys in the pit lane tell me who's likely to be closest to that, but I'm still trying to work out what happened then with the Nissan Altima leaving the pit lane and not actually being able to get up to full speed. Is this another drive-through? Yes, there's the McLaren, Jeremy, stuck in the pit lane exit, and the Nissan got caught right up behind that. Now, which car is that? It's the 60... I can't see the number. I can't see the number on the GS car, sadly. It's yeah, that was a drive-through for the 15 machine as well.
Thanks to John Hyder for checking that one out. Spinning the wheels when the car was dropped off the jacks following its pit stop. So 2 effectively pit stop violations there by the erstwhile 2 leaders. One of them was a lot less costly than the other one. and that is a drive-through penalty. Then that is a mandatory penalty. The wheels are not allowed to spin on the car. The rear wheels, the drive wheels, not allowed to spin until the car hits the deck. So it's not been a good day for Multimatic. They've had a couple of slow pit stops, and then a little leaving there with a bit too much alacrity as Scott Maxwell gets pinged for that, and there's a very costly drive-through penalty.
Nearly a little bit of contact coming down from the tri-oval there, and this is still the fight between the three Porsches of Connor Bloom, Drake Kemper and Eric Foss. They're fighting for 5th, 6th and 7th positions in the Street Tuner class, all in identical Porsche Caymans in the subdivision of Street Tuner, so very close to the road-going versions of the Cayman, these cars, and almost a hint of a drift there from the blue car, but Eric Foss has managed to get by the two of them in virtually the space of 3 corners. So Eric Foss, I reckon, is up to 5th place now, having jumped ahead of Drake Kemper and Connor Bloom with some fabulous driving, and they then continue where they left off before Eric Foss got involved in this battle. The 18 and the 31 have been side by side for the last probably 5 laps, and they carry on that way.
So, all of a sudden, then Trent Hinman is looking golden at the front of this field. We've got Porsche Caymans 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now, and we've got 3 of them absolutely nose to tail for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Trent Hinman all of a sudden finds himself with a 4.2 second advantage. He laid down another great lap on that time around, a 56.7. We've got Mark Miller, Damien Faulkner and Dylan Matravern there right behind him, and Dylan has just turned his best lap of the race, a 56.346. That's a great lap from young Dylan Matravern there in the car number 28.
And the one thing that Trent Hinman will not know much about, although I'm sure the team are keeping him updated, as is his spotter, but this fight for 2nd place is playing into Trent's hands beautifully. Mark Miller, Damien Faulkner, Dylan Matravern certainly not going as quickly as they can do because they're fighting amongst themselves. By the way, the invisible glass-backed Aston Martin now has a rear left puncture, so that car in the wars again. But we have to stay focused on this fight for 2nd position in the GS class. Mark Miller, Damien Faulkner and Dylan Matravern putting on a great show as they work their way back out onto the banking. Porsches 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th now, with Chris Hall in the McLaren, the best non-German car, if you like. The Aston Martin of Charles Espenlaud is 7th. Kenny Wilden is in 8th place in another McLaren, and then it's Scott Maxwell who was leading this race only a few moments ago, had to come in for a drive-through because of that wheel spin on the exit of the last pit stop, and that puts Scott Maxwell down to 8th.
And there's another drama in ST because number 73 car, that was number 37's car, excuse me, it was running in well, it was 2nd. It lost a place to Gregory Liefugger in the BMW last time around, came across the line very slowly on this last lap, has now dropped all the way down to 9th place and is going very, very slowly. So a problem there for number 37 car in ST. Its teammate, the good news is that the teammate Matt Pombo now has a healthy lead of almost 5 seconds over the Bimmer World BMW.
The Aston Martin with the puncture has made its way back to the pit lane, so they'll sort that issue out. But the Porsche scrap for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, still a fascinating battle this to keep you updated on here on IMSA Radio. For 2017, the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge is an indication of how the season's going to pan out. I think we're in for an absolute classic. Damien Faulkner, he's been out of racing for a little while, but now well and truly into the frying pan here, because he has in front of him Mark Miller, behind him Dylan Matravern, who's had a great race with the other Dylan, of course, his co-driver. And Matravern in the 28 car has tried on several occasions now to get by Damien Faulkner as they drop down from the main banking and into turn 1. They're now at turn 6 and about to head back onto Speedway turn 1. Meanwhile, Eric Foss with Spencer Pumpelly right on his tailpipes.
Again, that happened. It was a long time ago that happened, but these two have been battling for the lead a while ago. Now the battle is for the 3rd position. And as you can see, pretty much absolutely separated by just a few inches. They come across the line to complete lap 95 for the ST cars. They've got about, what, 2.5 seconds or so in front of them is that BMW of Gregory Liefugger, who taken over from Ari Balog after a great first stint by Ari, who has a lot less experience than Gregory in these cars. And World BMW team having had a fabulous run with the sister car, number 84 machine, in the early stages. They had some difficulties. They've fallen several laps behind, but are still running. And now that sister car has moved itself into contention for a top 3.
Damien Faulkner trying to the right, trying to the left. It's not going to find an inside line there because Mark Miller, far too wise for that now. Has Faulkner compromised his run into turn 1 because of that little bit of zigzagging to work out which side he was wanting to make the overtake? Hasn't managed it on Mark Miller, and that arguably has put Faulkner a touch on the back foot because out of turn 2 it is slow. But we're going to go caution again here. We're going to go full caution because, well, we'll tell you in a moment exactly why that is, but there's 11 minutes to go, and there's a 52 Mini picking up some of the local banners here. It's gone through a tyre wall and done significant damage to the front right. That's the reason for the yellow. It's the 52 car, which, is that one of the 2 Minis that was in contention? No, it's Mark Pombo's machine. There were 3 John Cooper Minis, remember, in this race. The one leading street tuner of Matt Pombo still very much in the equation, as is the James Vance car, although that started to tumble down the order. But the third car, Jeremy, in the wars.
That's right, and that's Mark Pombo, the brother of Matt, who is leading the race in ST in the number 73 car. But boy, a dramatic few laps there for the Mini team. It's the number 37 car. It came very slowly past here, so I don't know what happened farther up towards turn 4, but it's clearly picked up speed again for James Vance, because his last lap time was pretty competitive, not as fast as he was going before, but a lot better than the speed he was. He came past us on the previous time around, so he is still running in the 9th position, but it is Matt Pombo who leads it, and that 5-second advantage almost that he had pulled out has now gone away.
Less than 10 minutes to go now, Johnny, as well, so we're going to have to get a wiggle on to get this safety car situation dealt with, or the problem dealt with, to get the race underway. Otherwise, we're going to end up ending it under a yellow flag.
Yeah, the good news is that since we're in the final 15 minutes of the race, there will be no pass arounds or reset in the field, no pit stops, so they'll just clean up this incident, and hopefully that won't take long and get underway again.
Here is Shea Adam in the pit lane.
With the defending champion of 2016, Nick, you're back again. You're with Spencer, the same car number. Now we're back at Daytona, and Spencer's sitting pretty with a little bit of time left. Do you think that we'll get things cleaned up and give him a chance to go after Foss?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the history with these guys, you know, here at Daytona. But with the this caution now coming up, it's going to throw things a little differently with we were hoping some guys would run out of gas, but it doesn't look that way now with this caution. So, but we still got a chance. Looks like it's going to be a 2-lap, race to the finish here.
What's Spencer been saying about the car? I know you've been listening in.
Well, we just had some front nose damage, but the car seems fine. But balance-wise, it seems fine. We are down on power compared to some of the turbo cars, obviously, but other than that, we're looking pretty good handling-wise.
Good luck for the end of the race.
Thanks. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Shea. And it remains to be seen how many laps we're going to have here in hopefully some green to finish the race. It might be something like a 2-lap dash, though, by the time that we've done the various pit stops. And obviously, there
won't be pit stops.
You don't think so?
No, we're inside the final 15 minutes. So
they were ruled out of the equation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that will save us a fair bit of time.
Yeah.
We were wondering whether the street tuner cars would need a splash. I suppose the fact that we're now backing off the pace takes that out of the equation as well, does it not, Paul Truswell?
Exactly so, and I think the previous yellow as well would have helped them quite a lot, because they actually ran for 5 laps in the end behind the safety car. So it ended up being 20 minutes behind the safety car on the previous one. So I suspect the STs had the fuel to do it anyway. And as I say, what it's going to be now is just being sufficiently awake on the restart, assuming we get one, not to make any mistakes, really. It's a case of just staying alert and not making the mistake when we go green.
Okay, well, there shouldn't be too much track treatment like we had in the earlier caution. That was a relatively lengthy one, despite the really quick and hard work being done on the infield. A lot of obviously antifreeze or coolant to be mopped up there, but less so with this incident. A Mini, yes, badly damaged to be recovered, possibly those tyres needing to be restacked safely. by the way, the McLaren that we talked about being trapped in the pit lane exit and really slowing the Nissan Altima after that car had to come in for a drive-through penalty. It wanted a quick exit, couldn't get it because it got caught up behind the McLaren. And is this, Jeremy, an opportunity for you and I to see what happened with the Mini, the 52 car, heading down off the banking, and the Mini's going to go straight on at turn 1, way out wide, and hammer its way into the tyres. Yeah, so that was on the exit of turn 2, effectively, just before the kink at 2A, as they call it here, the invisible corner at the Daytona International Speedway. But their tyres deliberately placed to slow cars down that go a touch too wide at turns 1 and 2. That was a very pretty Mini at the start of the race. No longer.
Not so much now. That's a very odd thing to happen to somebody. Mark Pombo is a very experienced driver, and he was many laps down. They'd had problems earlier in the race, so wasn't in contention, but clearly you could see from the onboard was challenging some pretty quick cars there into the braking area for turn 1, and didn't make it around the corner and hit the tyres very hard and done a lot of damage to that car. That's a great shame.
So the tyres will be replaced, and I reckon we may be good to go at the end of this lap. Are the safety car lights out? I think they are on Speedway turns 1 and 2. We've got 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. A quit lap around here is a 1:57. So let's call that 2 minutes. We will have maybe 3 laps then to finish this thing. A 4-hour race decided on the final 3 laps, depending on whether the unwinding, making sure that the cars that were between the individual class leaders and the safety car have worked their way around. I think that's already taken place now. Safety car lights are definitely out because it is now putting the power down. Meanwhile, Trent Hinman, who effectively is going to dictate the pace at the restart, backing well off, and he judges when to accelerate, and hopefully we'll catch Mark Miller asleep, but that's a rare thing.
That's the plan. The caution was good news for, if good news for anybody, it would be Scott Maxwell, who'd had to make that drive-through penalty. It was a long way out of contention as a result of that. Now he finds himself in the 8th position, at least in that train of cars behind the race leader Trent Hinman. So he's back in the game. I think from 8th it's going to be a tall order, but we'll find out how quick that Mustang is. It's got the fastest lap of the race. The only car to have circulated in the, there's 2 of them. The 2 Mustangs both circulated in the 55s. 155.752, the fastest lap of the race by Maxwell. 155.807 for Dean Martin, number 59 car.
Cars were almost in echelon formation as they headed out onto the restart then, and it's a good start for Hinman, but all hell breaking loose behind because it's almost 3 abreast. No contact so far, thankfully, but cars trying to make up ground in what I think is now going to be a 2-lap dash to the finish. We'll see.
This one and one more, Johnny.
I think so, yeah. So this is a 4-hour race decided now on 2 laps around the Daytona International Speedway. You're listening to it live on IMSA Radio with Johnny Palmer, Jeremy Shaw and Paul Truswell in the booth. Nick Damon and Shea Adam in the pit lane.
A challenge for second in ST. The Mini's got a, 15-20 car lead advantage going through the kink, and the BMW just stretches its legs a bit over the orange Porsche Cayman of Eric Foss in 3rd position. Foss looks to the inside down at turn 5.
Lap 102, has he managed to make that move stick? As also the Mustang is gaining ground as well, so we're concentrating on Eric Foss trying to get ahead of the BMW of Lee Fugger, and also involved Spencer Pumpelly. So Eric Foss, yes, is right on the tail of Lee Fugger, but he hasn't managed to get by the, relatively speaking, big BMW compared to one of those svelte Porsche Caymans, the orange Eric Foss-driven Porsche number 56, and right ahead of Spencer Pumpelly. But if Eric chooses a side to go of that BMW, Pumpelly will pounce on the other side. Almost guaranteed. There is the contact there at the bus stop with the Mustang and one of the Porsches. That was Dylan Matchevern, wasn't it?
No, Scott, it was Cameron Lawrence who's defending the position there, I think, from Scott Maxwell. Maxwell tried to poke his nose down the inside, and Lawrence having none of that.
Now, Eric Foss is through ahead of Lee Fugger, and now there's an opportunity potentially for Spencer Pumpelly to do likewise. No, he's missed it coming out of the bus stop, so the BMW is in the Porsche sandwich.
White flag.
Yes, white flag, meaning 1 lap to go of the opening round of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge, the BMW Endurance Challenge, live on IMSA Radio for 2017. And it's down to a single lap now to go, and so much still to be decided as Greg Leefuger's desperately trying to defend. He's left his braking way too late and almost ran to the back of Eric Foss there. He's missed him, but he's also going to lose a handful of places now as the Bimmelworld BMW goes wide, wide, wide. What he had to do was defend from Spencer Pumpelly, left his braking to the last possible moment, but it was too late. And he's gone wide at turn one, and all of a sudden third position becomes something like seventh in the street tuner class. A class led by Matt Pombo still in the Mini. From now, Eric Foss in second. Spencer Pumpelly is third. Connor Bloom will be fourth. Owen Trinkler fifth in the Nissan Altima. Despite that late drive-through, the Nissan still in the top five, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's made up several positions. He's made up 1, 2, 3, 5 positions in the last lap and a half, so he is charging on, and he's got a couple of good long straightaways to come, so that's going to play in the favour of that V6 Nissan Altima.
So maybe even better than fifth can be hoped for. Where's Trent Hinman? Let me not miss him crossing the line. He's just ahead of Mark Miller by 0.7 of a second at the last split. They're heading into the chicane now then, and Trent Hinman in the number 12 car has been there or thereabouts for the last hour and a half really. And remember, that car was able to push a bit further on into the pit window, and then that caution came out, which meant that he was able to stop before lap 29 or 30 of the stint, and that really has brought the 12 car home for the first victory of the season. The Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge round one, which is the BMW Endurance Challenge then, is going to go to Trent Hinman in the number 12 machine. Over the line it comes now to take the checkered flag. Congratulations to Cameron Castles, his co-driver at Body Motion Racing, and it's a great drive then for the number 12 car. Spectacular result for those guys. Mark Miller home in second position, half a second adrift from Damien Faulkner in third, and Dylan Matchevern in fourth position. And Matt Pombo about to come over the line to win the street tuner class over the tri-oval. He goes then from Eric Foss in second position by 0.09 of a second from Spencer Pumpelly. Connor Bloom is in fourth place. Owen Trinkler in fifth position ahead of Stephen McAleer and Greg Leefuger, just about finishing in the top 7 after that costly mistake into turn one a couple of laps from the finish. Straight down to the pit lane for some reaction from Shea Adam.
Cameron Castles, you started off the year last year at Sebring in the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. That was a win. You went on to win the next two as well alongside Trent. Welcome to Daytona. You've now won here as well. Congratulations.
Wow, I mean, that's amazing. Love this new format, this 4-hour format. This is wild. So Trent drove the wheels off that car today. Body Motion did an incredible job in the car, getting this car ready for Daytona. We had a few problems. The guys pitched in really hard, got it done. These Continental tires for this race, unbelievable, great new tire. What else can you say? This is an amazing way to start the season. Looking forward to the next one.
And of course, the next race, you're the defending race winner, so that's a little bit extra special for you as well. Winning on the high banks of Daytona, though, that's got to mean something for you.
As a kid watching this place, all my life, first time ever racing here, to make it my debut here and have a win thanks to Trent and Body Motion, it's amazing. Porsche ran fantastic today.
Congrats.
Down with Derek Jones with the 73 mid. Amazing. The high banks of oval, the car shaped like a brick wins.
We were surprised that we could keep that pace up on the tri-oval, but the car's been amazing, honestly. Mini USA's got a fantastic package here for us, the LAP Motorsports, to put together. And the Continentals held up the whole race, and our car was just flawless. So the pit lane was amazing. Our pit stops were great. We were making a jump every time. So honestly, can't ask for anything more. This is exactly what you want to come here and do.
Do you think the large amount of yellow played into your hands or made it more difficult?
The last yellow scared us. The yellow before definitely played into our hands. So we gambled on our final stop, and we were able to run that out. So it worked out amazingly. The strategy by Rob was fantastic. So honestly, it was such a group effort. This is such an amazing thing.
Derek, fantastic. I never thought I'd say the words mini wins at Daytona.
We appreciate it, though.
Did they talk about
No, indeed not. Fantastic result for that Mini. Unfortunately, the other two Minis from the John Cooper Works team, a race to forget after that clout of the tyres at turn one. And we finally found out, Jeremy Shaw, what happened to the number 37 car as well after contact with the little Mazda MX-5, the 26 car. That was a roller coaster of a run, wasn't it?
Yeah,
into eventually the pit wall, close to the exit for the pit lane.
I'm not sure whether that was right at the end of the race that happened. I think it might have been just on that last lap.
That's what I was confused about, because James Vance actually came home in 12th position.
Yeah.
And if it had happened on the final lap, that wouldn't have resulted in James Vance finishing 24th overall. So I think that was on the slowing down lap, effectively, and there was contact between the Mini and the Mazda. I may be wrong, but
yeah, I think he'd lost some ground.
mind you, he did finish
struggling.
Two laps down from the race win at Matt Pond. But yeah, okay. So that I think that did happen on the final racing lap, if you like, rather than the slowing down lap. But it was a rough old ride. I thought for a moment James had caught it, and then it snapped back again, boot open into the wall, and that's 2 badly damaged Mini JCWs, I'm afraid. But the tonic to that is that the other one managed to win the opening race of the season.
And the first win for that team. I mean, it's been really, really well earned. When they made that debut with that car, I mean, the cars were absolutely literally off the showroom floor. They looked like road cars, not racing cars, and they've worked so hard to develop into race cars and gradually picking up speed. And the strategies have always been good, but today that pace that they've shown has finally come to fruition, and a very, very well deserved first win for LAP Motorsports and that Mini JCW team. A thrilling race it was from start to finish, really. A few too many cautions, perhaps, but that's one of the potential problems you have with such large fields. But I think exciting races from start to finish.
So a fabulous race. We're just trying to get down in the pit lane some further word from the winners and connected team members as well. But of course the top 2 cars, or the top car in each class, will be heading to victory lane now. So that may scupper our opportunity to do that. The 33 and 35 cars, great result for CJ Wilson Racing, of course, with Damien Faulkner, you pointed out to me, Jeremy, his best lap of the race, or the car's best lap of the race, on the final lap.
It was indeed a tremendous battle between those two. They were back and forth several times after that caution period, the previous caution between those 2 final caution periods. They're back and forth several times, so absolutely nothing between those 2 cars. It's Mark Miller that comes on top this time, and it's his second place finish with Damien Faulkner in 3rd.
So Eric Foss and Spencer Papelli as well, and the 2 Porsches putting on a really good fight, I thought, towards the end. And in fact, all the Porsches in Street Tuner, including Colin Bloom as well, very, very equally competitive, as you would expect. Owen Trinkler, I said that he might be able to get better than 5th place. I mean, that was a fabulous charge from, what did we say, 10th or 11th after the latest stops?
Yeah, 11th.
And he had a drive-through as well, and almost more revved up by that, probably. Sometimes the red mist can drop down and actually cause you to make a mistake, but Trinkler, I think, was unshakable this afternoon, and to finish 5th place, that's a really good effort from him. A little bit more of a word from Shay. Adam, who have you got, Shay?
I've got Jeff Mosing, and Jeff, it's not the top step of the podium. I know you're familiar with how to get there, but it's still a trophy at the end of the day, and as you said earlier in the week, points are so valuable. After this 4-hour race, are you happy going home, even though it's not a first?
I'm really excited for the Murillo camp. You know, they did a great job getting the car prepared. I think that we might have had a little bit of an issue with the fuel stop. The first stop took a little bit longer than what we expected. That might have put us back a little bit. But, you know, Eric got in the car and he really fought hard. The Continental tires worked really well for us today, as they always do. Thanks again to BMW for sponsoring this particular race. IMSA Continental SportsCar Series. We love it. We love racing, and we're glad to get points big for the beginning of the year.
Congrats.
Thank you so much.
And the action is about to kick off down in victory lane there, with the podium presentations being readied, podium being dressed as well, and looking very, very happy indeed, as you would expect. Trent Hindman stepping out of the number 12 Porsche. A fabulous drive from Trent on those fresh tyres, remember, as well, these special Continental tyres. Towards the end of the race, Nick Damon is in victory lane.
Yeah, I nearly had my eye taken out with a flag. Hang on a second, let's go grab with Trent. Trent, fantastic result there. You were very, very quick in those last couple of sessions.
We we really worked hard on practice day to develop this car the best we can for the long run, and I'm glad it really paid off. I mean, Cameron worked very hard. The whole Body Motion crew worked very, very hard to make this happen. That was a wild race, man. It really got wild there. I apologize to the 77 car. I mean, we were just fighting for the same piece of territory, and you know, unfortunately, it was tire wall or stay on the road, and I chose to stay on the road. So again, it was just a wild race. I'm glad we were able to come out on top. The car is mostly clean, and either way, we're gonna do our best to prepare for Sebring now. But what a great win! We got a month to celebrate, a month to enjoy it. But oh man, just can't believe it.
Great drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
CJ Wilson, names over the door on 2 of the 3 cars on the podium. That's not a bad start to the season.
That's a really good start to the season, especially with as big of a field as we have. When you have 20 cars in the field like we do, anything you can do to get points, you know, especially for both cars, is huge. We were really worried, you know, after qualifying, obviously starting 11th or something, but we just ran a really consistent race, had really good strategy, and you know, Trent raced really well too, obviously. So it was good to see a triple Porsche podium.
We always know that we're going to get greatness from Mark Miller and Damian Faulkner, but your other 2 guys, Russell and Till, they both put on one heck of a show too. You must be very proud of them.
Well, Till is kind of a hero. I think a lot of people, once they start researching what he's done and what he does, you know, as a routine, he came out of vintage cars. He was used to racing cars with no seatbelts and stuff like that, with wheels made out of wood. So he's coming out here, and he did great today. It was his first race at Daytona, and to come out there and lead the race at one point. We were really proud of him, and Russell obviously was just doing a great job as well. But you know, we didn't want to have a situation where they weren't getting their drive time. We didn't want to shortchange them. Till and Russell both did over 2 hours in the car. So for us to be up here with them doing 2 hours in the car, I think it shows just how close we really are matched, and how well we've set up the car.
Well, between the 4 bottles of champagne, make sure they give you a sip. Congrats, CJ.
I got my water bottle here. I'm good. Thanks.
Over with Scott Maxwell. This really is a case of what might have been.
Yeah, I mean, it's too bad. I think, you know, we were going to be right there if we were going to win or second. Trent was keeping up with me, but I think we had it covered. But, you know, little things. We just, I think we spun the wheels. We had a new paddle shift in this Mustang, which is just fantastic, but it's hard to get neutral sometimes. And I think when we came in for that last stop, I couldn't get it into neutral, and I think it went up in the air before the wheels stopped, so it was still in gear. And so a little electrical glitch like that, and a wind's gone.
So it wasn't a case of doing a burnout on the jack in case you had a clutch issue?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just assuming that's what it was. I was just driving, and then they just told me I had to come in, and I just sort of speechless. But what are you going to do? They gave me a great car, so it's an honor just to drive for Ford Multimatic. And we'll come back. I know these guys will come back, and there'll be a lot of these Mustangs out before the end of the year because you're crazy not to buy one.
It's a tough old thing, isn't it? You gave it a bit of a bash around as well.
Yeah, I mean, every time we fell back, we had to sort of force our way to the front, and no one's doing us any favors, as they shouldn't. This is racing, so she's pretty beat up. Between Jade and I, we used her up pretty good.
Scott, thank you very much. Bad luck.
Yeah, really frustrating to lose a race lead on something like that. I know rules is rules, but something that you could almost see as preventable, Jeremy. And also the Nissan as well, that, you know, things like not having the correct fire retardant socks on, was it? You know, not the right uniform in the pit lane, and you just think those things could be ironed out so easily.
Yeah, that's rather annoying because generally speaking, all your gear has to be scrutinised at the beginning of the weekend for the teams, for the crews as well as the drivers. So how that one slipped through, not quite sure. Really, really disappointed for that little. It's a very small team, and they work so hard, and you know, they're good. You know, at least they came away with a top 5 finish, because that car hasn't been the most reliable last year. It was certainly fast everywhere, but the reliability was the problem. And hey, this was a 4-hour race, and the car's running really strong at the end of it. So I'm sure that whole team will be absolutely thrilled with the performance today. Not overly thrilled with the result, but the top 5. Hey, I'm sure they'll take that.
You're one of the lucky ones, though, in that you get to see every single one of these rounds this year, along with John Hindhaugh as well, who's going to be there for the majority. I mean, you're going to be in for a treat if this is anything to go by. Yeah,
we are, Johnny. It is a pleasure to cover this series. It's been kind of one of the, John would like to say it's one of the sort of best kept secrets in racing over the last couple of years. But you know, all of the races have been exciting. Last year in GS, we had a pretty slim field of cars, but the racing was always pretty good. So when I saw the entry list for this event coming in before the Raw test 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought, wow, this is going to be a great season, and that certainly was a tremendous way to start it out.
My thanks to you, and of course John Hindhaugh kicking off the race as well for the first 2 hours. Thanks to Paul Truswell and to everyone down in the pit lane, Jim Roller, Joe Bradley, Shea Adam and Nick Damon. That's been IMSA Radio's coverage then of the opening round of the Continental Tire SportsCar Challenge. 4 hours of non-stop action, it seems, the BMW Endurance Challenge. Congratulations again to the crew running the number 12 Porsche, the Body Motion Racing outfit, Cameron Castles and Trent Hinman with that fabulous result, and of course to the Mini JCW crew as well. Matt Pombo finishing that race off, and we'll bring you the whole of the season live here on IMSA Radio.